Welcome to Game of Theories. Today's adventure. What if Jon Snow claimed the Iron Throne with 3 dragons before his 20th year? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. Blood of the Dragon. The raven came down out of a sky the color of old iron, and Jon Snow watched it fall the way a man watches a stone drop into a well, knowing already that whatever waited at the bottom would be cold. He stood on the lip of the wall, 700 feet of black ice underfoot, and the wind that came off the haunted forest had teeth in it. Below him the world was white and silent and stupid with snow, and somewhere south of all that white the realm was eating itself. He had stopped pretending the two facts were unconnected. The cold came down from the north and the war came up from the south, and the men of the Night's Watch stood between them and starved. "You're brooding again," said Ed Tollett, who had come up the stair behind him without being asked, the way Ed did everything. "I can tell because you've gone quiet and the sky's gone gray. The two go together with you, like a funeral and rain. Stannis wants me." Jon did not look away from the trees. "Before the hour's out. His man's already in the yard, stamping the cold out of his boots and looking at our walls like he's pricing them. A king who wants you before the hour's out is a king who's decided something about you and would rather you didn't have the hour to decide it back." Ed considered the gray distance. "My grandmother used to say that. Then she'd sell the cow." It was not a kind thought, but Jon kept it, because Ed had a gift for being right in the ugliest possible way. Stannis Baratheon had ridden to the wall with 1,500 men, and a red woman and a god made of fire, and he had broken Mance Rayder's host in the snow, and now he sat in the king's tower at Castle Black doing arithmetic. Stannis was always doing arithmetic. He looked at the world and saw a ledger with the realm's name at the top and his own claim underlined twice, and everything else, every man, every wall, every dead king's son, was a number to be added or subtracted until the sum came right. Jon had been a number to him for some weeks now. He could feel himself being carried in the long columns. He had simply not yet learned what he was being added to. He went down. The king's tower had been cold and dark his whole life, and Stannis had not warmed it. There were no tapestries, no fire larger than a man needed to keep his ink from freezing, no comforts that a soldier could be shamed by. The painted table they had hauled in from somewhere, a slab of wood carved into the shape of Westeros, mountains and rivers and all, the whole realm laid flat so that a man could put his fist on it. Stannis stood at the southern end of it with his fist on King's Landing. Of course he did. Lord Snow. The king's jaw worked, a slow grind as if he were chewing the courtesy and finding it tough. "You know why you're here. I know you'll tell me, your grace, whether I know or not." Beside the table, the red priestess Melisandre turned her head, and the ruby at her throat caught the poor light and threw it back redder than it had any right to be. She had been watching Jon since he came in. She watched him the way the raven had fallen, like something already decided, dropping. "I'll give you Winterfell," Stannis said. The words landed in the cold room and lay there. Jon did not pick them up at once. He had learned in the long apprenticeship of being a bastard that the men who offer you a thing you have wanted your whole life are the men who have done the most thinking about what they want from you in return, and the offer was always the smallest part of the conversation. "Winterfell is held by House Bolton," Jon said. "By Roose Bolton, who put his knife in my brother at a wedding, and his bastard son Ramsay, who is, in the careful words men reach for when they fear him, spoken of. You can't give me a castle you don't hold. I can give you the right to take it." Stannis's pale eyes did not blink enough. "I will name you Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. The North loves the Starks. It does not love me. It will not bleed for a stag, but it will bleed for a wolf, even a base-born one, and I need the North to bleed. Bend the knee. Take the name your father never gave you, and bring me the Northmen." There it was, the whole sum, set down in a column. John stood very still and felt the shape of the thing he wanted most in the world being held out to him on the flat of a blade. "I said the words," he said. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It does not end until my death. I have no lands to take and no name to take them with. That was the trade. A man doesn't get to be a Stark and a brother of the Watch in the same breath. A man takes what's offered when the realm is burning," Stannis said, "or he stands on a wall and watches it burn and calls his uselessness honor." He came around the table. He was not a large man, but he moved like one who had decided largeness was a thing you did rather than a thing you were. "I broke the wildlings for you. I bled my men in your snow. The Watch survives because I came, and you'll repay me in the only coin that matters, which is obedience. Think on it tonight. I am not a patient man, and I have spent what patience I keep on lesser things than you." "Why me?" Jon asked. It was the only honest question in the room, and he watched it make Stannis' jaw work harder. "You have a red woman who sees the future in a fire. You have your own claim, blood of Robert, blood of the Storm Kings. Why does the king of all Westeros need a steward's bastard to win him the north?" It was Melisandre who answered, and her voice was the warm part of that cold room, which was its own kind of warning. "Because the fire shows me a gray wall and a black brother," she said, "and behind him, 3 shadows with wings. I have looked for the prince that was promised across half the world, Jon Snow, and the flames keep bringing me back to a bastard on the wall. That is either a jest of the Lord of Light, or it is the most important thing in the world, and I have never known our Lord to jest." 3 shadows with wings. The words went into Jon and did not come out. He kept his face the still gray thing it had learned to be in a castle full of men who'd have made sport of any other face, and he bowed to the king, and he left. And all the way down the stair the words came with him, beating slow. 3 shadows with wings. Maester Aemon was dying, and had been for some time, in the patient, ungrudging way of a man who has decided that death is just another long winter to be endured with good grace. He lay in the dim warmth of his chamber under more furs than seemed possible for so small a body to need, and his blind white eyes turned toward the door before Jon had made any sound at all. "You walk like a man carrying something he hasn't set down yet," the old Maester said. "Sit. You'll have heard then, the thing the king offered. How do you know that? I am 102 years old and blind, which means everyone speaks freely in front of me on the theory that I am also deaf and stupid. It is the great advantage of decay." A sound came out of him that might have been a laugh, dry as turned pages. "Sit, Jon. I have wanted to talk with you for a long while, and I have been waiting, the way old men wait, for the moment when it would matter. I think it matters now." Jon sat. The brazier hissed. There was one detail in that room he would carry the rest of his life, the smell of it, tallow and old vellum, and the faint sweetness of the milk of the poppy, the smell of a mind being kept alight in a body gone to ash. "You know what I am," Aemon said, "a Maester of the Citadel, the wisest man at the wall. What I was before the chain." The old man's hand moved on the furs, finding nothing, holding it. "I was born Aemon Targaryen, son of Mikar, the 5th of that name to sit the Iron Throne. I was a prince of the dragon's blood, Jon, in the years when there were no dragons left to bleed it. They offered me the throne once, twice. I put on a Maester's chain instead and let my chain be heavier than any crown, because a man with my blood near a throne is a knife other men reach for. I have outlived all of them. Every dragon I was born among is dust, and I am the last coal in a cold grate, and I have spent 80 years learning that a Targaryen alone in the world is the loneliest thing there is." His white eyes found Jon in the dark by some sense older than sight. "Until tonight, I believed I was the last," the brazier hissed. Jon did not move. "Your father," Aemon said, "Eddard Stark, an honorable man. The most honorable man, they said, in a realm that ate honorable men for bread. Do you know what an honorable man does, John, when he must keep a secret that would cost a child its life? He does not lie. Lying is beneath him. He simply lets the world believe the cruelest true-sounding thing and lets it cost him his own honor and never corrects it, not once, not to his wife, not to his king, not to the child himself. He lets them call that child bastard. He carries the word like a stone in his mouth for 16 years and never spits it out, because the moment he does, the child dies. You're saying it now. John's voice came out steady, which surprised the part of him still capable of being surprised. You're saying I'm not his son. I'm saying Eddard Stark was too honorable to be a man who fathered a bastard and too honorable to lie about it, and that those two truths have never once sat easily together, and that men cleverer than you have looked at that and seen nothing, because they wanted the simple story. The old Meister's hand found John's wrist now, and closed on it with a strength that should not have been left in him. Lyanna Stark, Eddard's sister. She died in a tower in Dorne in a bed of blood, and your father rode away from that tower carrying a babe and a secret, and he buried both, one in his household, one in his silence. I knew Rhaegar Targaryen, Jon, the prince who carried Lyanna Stark off and started a war over her. I taught his father his letters. I have spent 60 years a blind man, and I have never once needed eyes to recognize that face. You have it, the long bones of it, the sorrow built into it. You are Rhaegar's son and Lyanna's, and your name was never Snow. The cold of the room and the heat of the brazier seemed to change places. Jon was aware of his own pulse in the wrist the old man held, slow and very clear, a drum heard from across a valley. That can't be. He said it the way a man tries a bridge with his weight before he trusts it. A bastard of a prince and a Stark girl is still a bastard. Rhaegar had a wife, Elia of Dorne. He set her aside. Aemon's grip did not loosen. An annulment and a marriage after in the old way, under a heart tree where the gods of the north keep their counts. I cannot prove it with a parchment, child. The parchments burned with the men who held them. But I can tell you that the Meister who served at Starfall whispered it to a brother of my order before he died, and that brother whispered it to me, because a dying Meister will tell another Meister things he would not tell a king. There was a marriage. There was a marriage, and there was you, and that makes you not a bastard at all but the true-born son of the last true prince of the 7 kingdoms. It makes you, by every law of gods and men, the heir to the Iron Throne. Somewhere out in the dark of the castle, a bell rang the watch and stopped. Jon listened to the silence after it for a long time. "Why now?" he said at last. "Why tell me now, when you've a year, a month, a day left, and I've a king upstairs offering me a name I could actually use?" "Because the name upstairs is a leash," the old Meister said softly. "Stannis would make you a wolf so the north will follow you, and then he would hold the wolf's chain. And because the Red Woman is not wrong, Jon, even when she reads the fire backward, something is waking in the world. The seasons have slipped. The dead walk beyond your wall. The dragons are coming back. I have felt it the way an old sailor feels weather in his knees, and a Targaryen with the dragons returning is not a number in any man's ledger. He is the ledger." The grip on Jon's wrist gentled, became the touch of a very old, very tired man who had carried a thing too long. "I am giving you the truth instead of a leash. What you do with it will be the measure of you. But know this. I have lived 100 years and watched 100 clever men mistake the throne for the prize. The throne was never the prize, child. The throne was only ever the cost. He did not sleep, and so the dream that came was not a sleeping man's dream. He had laid himself down on the cold pallet in his cell with Aemon's words moving in him like ice breaking up on a river, great slow plates of it grinding and shifting. And he had closed his eyes only to keep the dark out of them. And the dark had come in anyway, and the dark had a tree in it. A weirwood. White as bone, its bark scarred into the long, sad face the old gods wore. and its leaves a red so deep it was nearly black, and its carved eyes wept red sap that was not sap. John stood in front of it in a wood he half knew, and the wood was Winterfell's godswood, and he was both a man standing in snow and a boy who had wept under this very tree 100 times, and the tree was looking at him. "You took a long time," the tree said in a voice that was many voices, and one of them, buried under the others, faint, broken at the edges, was a boy's. "I called and called. You were too far north and too full of grief to hear. You're hearing now. Bran." The name came out of John, torn loose from somewhere. "You're dead. They told me you were dead. You and Rickon both. Theon burned you. I'm not dead." The leaves stirred without wind. "I went past the wall. I went into the roots of the world, John. I can see along the rivers of the trees, all the way back, all the way down. I've seen you. I've seen what you are. I've been waiting under the snow to tell you, because there's no raven that can carry this and no man you could pay to believe it." The carved eyes wept. "Eamon told you true, but Eamon doesn't know the half of it, because Eamon never had a tree to climb. I do. I went and stood in the day Father came home from the south. I watched him go down into the dark with a bundle in his arms, and I watched what he left there." The godswood folded around John and became a stair, and the stair went down into stone, and the stone was the crypt of Winterfell, and the cold of it was the particular ancient cold of his childhood fears. The dead kings of winter sat in their stone seats with their stone swords across their knees and their stone wolves at their feet, and the torchlight John carried, for the dream had given him one, fled away from them down the long dark. "Father told everyone he buried Lyanna here," the tree voice said, all around him in the stone. "He did. He brought her bones home from the south and laid her in the dark with the kings, where she'd asked to be. A wild girl she was. She wanted the crypts and the cold and not some sept in the warm. But he brought something else home in that bundle, John, wrapped in with her bones, and he could not destroy it, and he could not give it away, and he could not keep it where any living soul might find it. So he put it where the dead keep their secrets, behind her in the dark, and he closed the stone. The torchlight found Lyanna's statue, a girl's stern face, carved by a sculptor who had loved her or feared her or both. At the base of the plinth, the stone had been worked and then reworked, mortared shut by a hand that did not want the seam to show. 3 of them, the tree said, and now the boy's voice came up clear through all the others, almost gentle, the way Bran had been gentle once before the fall, before the world. 3 stones with fire sleeping in them. A grandmother of the south, Rhaegar's blood, knew where the old eggs were hidden. The clutch the dragon dreamers smuggled out before the dance ended, and one of them came to Lyanna with you. A wedding gift and a death gift both, and Father carried it home not knowing what it was and afraid to learn. 3 eggs, John, cold as the crypt's been keeping them, cold as you've been keeping yourself. The eyes in the stone wept red. Fire and blood made you. Fire and blood will wake them, but not for free. Nothing south of the wall is free, and nothing north of it either. You'll learn that. You're learning it now. John reached toward the seam in the stone, and the dream led him, and under his palm the cold rock was warm, not warm exactly, but less cold than it should have been, the way the last coal in a gray grate is less cold, the way a body is less cold an hour after the heart stops. Something slept behind the stone. He could feel it the way you feel a held breath in a quiet room. He could feel it the way Aemon felt weather in his knees. "Wake them," the boy said, fading now, the voices pulling apart like smoke, "and the realm will burn one way. Leave them and it burns another. There's no path where it doesn't burn, John. I've climbed the tree and looked down every branch. So choose the fire you can live behind. That's all a man with our blood ever gets to choose, not whether, which." "Whose blood?" John said, into the dark, into the cold stone, into the warmth under his palm. "You said our blood. You're a Stark." The weirwood's red eyes were the last thing left, 2 coals in a black grate, and the answer came up out of them small and far away and certain. "So are you," Bran said. "That's the whole trouble, you're both." He woke with his hand stretched out toward the cold stone wall of his cell as if it were a seam he meant to break. For a while he lay still and let his heart find its ordinary pace. The cell was dark and close and smelled of him and of cold iron, and beyond the door the castle made its small night noises, a cough, a boot, the eternal complaint of old timber against the wind. None of it had changed. The world had the gall to be exactly the same size it had been when he lay down. He was not the same size. That was the trouble with truth. It did not make the world larger, it made you larger inside it, until you no longer fit the life you'd been crammed into, and every wall of it pressed. Jon Snow, they had called him, and the word bastard had hung off the name his whole life like a tail off a dog, and he had carried it the way Eamon said Ned had carried his silence, as a stone in the mouth. And now an old blind prince was telling him to spit the stone out, and a dead brother who was not dead was telling him there were 3 more stones waiting in the dark under Winterfell with fire asleep inside them, and a king upstairs was waiting to make him a wolf so he could hold the leash. He thought about the leash for a long time lying there. That was the part that stayed with him in the end, not the throne, not the dragons, not even the impossible father. The leash. Stannis would give him a name to use him by. Eamon had given him a truth and asked nothing. And the difference between the 2 old men was the whole difference between every kind of power there was. And Jon understood, lying in the dark, that he had already chosen, somewhere below the place where choosing felt like choosing, because the truth fit him and the leash did not. And a man does not put on a collar once he has remembered he has a neck. But there was the other thing, the harder thing. He turned it over the way Bran had said to, looking down every branch. He had said the words, "Night gathers and now my watch begins." He had meant them. He had stood before a heart tree no different in its bones from the one in his dream and given his life to the wall. And a Stark who broke an oath was not a Stark at all. His father had taught him that with every quiet thing he'd ever done. The oath was the realest thing Jon owned, realer than the bastard name, which was a lie. Realer than the prince's name, which he could not prove. The oath he had spoken with his own mouth, and the realm was burning, and the dead were coming, and there were 3 eggs in the dark, and 100,000 small folk south of here being ground between the millstones of clever men's ambitions, and Robb was dead at a wedding with a wolf's head sewn on his body, and there was no one left to stop any of it but the people who had caused it. Unless a man broke one oath to keep a larger one. Unless the words he'd said to the wall had only ever been the small print on a debt he owed the whole broken realm, and the realm was calling the larger debt now, and a man could not pay both. He did not like the reasoning. That was how he knew it might be true. The reasonings he liked were the ones that flattered him, and he had learned, in a castle full of murderers and thieves and the 3rd sons of broken houses, to distrust any conclusion that arrived already smiling. This one arrived grim and stayed grim. It cost him something to think it through, and it would cost him more to act on it, and Bran's voice came back to him out of the dream. There's no path where it doesn't burn, so choose the fire you can live behind, and Jon lay in the dark and chose. Not the throne. He was honest enough, even then, even new to the whole terrible idea, to know he did not want the throne, that the throne was a chair made of swords that had killed every man who sat it too long. He chose the fire. He chose to wake the thing in the stone, because the alternative was to leave it sleeping while better men than him died for want of it, and a Stark did not leave a tool in the dark when the family was bleeding. And if the tool happened to be 3 dragons, and if waking it happened to make him the most dangerous man in Westeros, then that was the gods' jest and not his, and he would answer for it to the gods when he saw them. He got up. He dressed in the dark, sure-fingered, and he went to find Eamon because there was one more thing the old man could give him, the only thing that could turn a watchman's desertion into a prince's homecoming, and it was the smallest thing and the largest, a witness. Someone living who could say the words aloud and be believed. someone of the blood. The old Meister was awake when John came in. He had been expecting him plainly and had not troubled to pretend otherwise. "You've decided," Eamon said. "I've decided to go south," John said. "To Winterfell first, then wherever south takes me. I'm going to take back my brother's home and my sister's, and I'm going to do it with dragons." He found he could say it now, the impossible word, and saying it made it weigh more, not less. "There are 3 eggs. Bran showed me where. Under the crypts behind Lyanna where Ned hid them." He breathed. "I'm going to break my vows to do it. I want you to tell me I'm wrong if I am. You're the only man left alive who's broken the same oath I'm about to break, and worse, and lived 100 years to weigh it. So weigh it, tell me." For a long moment the only sound was the brazier and the old man's slow breath and the wind. "When I was younger than you," Eamon said, "my brother Aegon took the throne, and the realm cried out for me to leave my chain and stand beside him, and I refused because my vows were to the citadel and not to my blood, and I was very proud of my refusing. I have had 90 years to be proud of it. And do you know what I have learned in 90 years of being proud? That I kept my oath." The white eyes turned up toward John, weeping a little, the way old eyes do. "I have learned that a man's oaths are the walls he builds to keep himself from having to choose. We say the words so that when the hard hour comes we can point to the words and say, 'See, my hands are tied, the gods tied them, it is not for me to choose.' And it is a lie, John. The hands are never tied. The choice is always there. The oath only lets us pretend the cost belongs to someone else." His hand came up, found John's face, traced the long bones of it the way a blind man reads. "Go south. Wake your dragons. Break your vows and carry the breaking, don't set it down. Don't let any clever man, not me, not the Red Woman, not the king upstairs, tell you it cost nothing. It cost everything. Carry that and you might be a king worth the name. Forget it and you'll be one more sword on that chair, waiting for the next clever man to pull you out." His thumb pressed once lightly against John's brow. "I am too old to ride with you, but I will give you the one thing I have that's worth a kingdom. I will write the truth of your birth in my own hand, sealed with the citadel's wax and a Targaryen's words in the old tongue, and I will set my name to it, Aemon, son of Mikar, of the blood of the dragon. No Meister in Westeros will dare call it false while I live, and few will dare it after. Take it south. When men ask why a black brother rides a dragon, show them, and let the show do the rest." John knelt by the pallet and took the old man's hand and did not trust himself to speak. "There now," Aemon said, very gently into the dark. "The blood of the dragon. I had begun to fear I'd die the last of it. Instead, I get to die the first man in 100 years to send one home." The dry pages of his laugh again, but wet at the edges now. "Go and let an old man write. And John, the grip, that last impossible strength. When the eggs wake, and they will, do not let the fire decide it loves you. It doesn't. Fire loves nothing. It only burns, and a wise man learns to stand where the burning serves him, and a fool learns it the other way, in the moment he becomes the fuel. Your grandfather learned it the fool's way. See that you don't." Outside, the sky over the haunted forest had gone from iron to ash, the first gray rumor of a dawn that would bring no warmth. Somewhere below, Stannis Baratheon was rising to his arithmetic, and the Red Woman was reading her fire, and 1,500 Southron soldiers were waking cold in a cold land to fight a war they did not understand. And under all of it, 800 leagues south, in the dark under a castle full of dead kings, 3 stones lay against a girl's bones and kept their ancient warmth, waiting for the blood that made them. John went to wake a steward and call for ink, and the part of him that had been a bastard his whole life stood aside, quietly, the way a man steps back from a door to let a stranger through, and the stranger had his face, and the long, sorrowful bones of a dead prince, and eyes that had begun, very faintly in the gray light, to seem less gray than they had been, and more the deep violet dark of a coming storm. He told himself it was the light. He was already learning to tell himself things. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, 3 Deaths in a Fire. They went south in the teeth of a storm, which was the only way the gods were giving anyone to go anywhere that season. And Jon learned in the first 3 days that desertion is mostly waiting. He had imagined it as a single clean act, a man slipping over a wall in the dark and gone. It was nothing of the kind. It was bribes and forged need, and a story rehearsed until it bored him, the story being that Lord Snow rode south on the king's own business, to treat with the mountain clans and the Umbers, and whatever loyal Northmen the war had left standing, and that the 6 men with him were the king's men too. Half of it was even true. Stannis had wanted exactly such an errand, and Jon had let the king believe he was running it, and that was the cruelty of clever men Jon was finding. You could steal a great deal from them simply by doing the thing they had already decided to want. 6 men rode with him. Ed Tollett, who had announced his intention to desert in the same flat voice he used to announce snow. Tormund Giantsbane's nephew, a wildling boy named Hagen who knew the country south of the wall the way the free folk knew everything, by having been chased across it. 3 watchmen Jon would have trusted with his life, and had, more than once, in the dark beyond the trees. And the 7th of them was not a man at all but the letter, sewn into the lining of Jon's coat over his heart, Eamon's hand and the citadel's wax, the truth of him riding closer to his skin than anything had ridden in his life. "You realize," Ed said on the 4th night, hunched over a fire too small to do more than insult the cold, "that we are riding 800 leagues to dig 3 stones out of a tomb on the word of your dead brother, who spoke to you through a tree in a dream while you were awake. I want to be sure I have it right, for when they ask me at the end what I died of, you have it right. Good. I find it restful having things right." Ed fed a twig to the fire and watched it fail to catch. "My uncle dug up a grave once for the rings. He found the rings. He also found a fever that took half the village and a story that took the other half, the story being that the dead don't like being dug, and that the man who digs them is owed a debt the dead collect in their own coin and their own hour." He looked at Jon across the failing flame. "I'm not saying don't. I'm saying I've never once heard a story where it ended well, and I've heard a great many stories on account of having nothing to do at the wall but listen to them." 3 deaths, Jon said. "What?" Bran said it cost. "In the dream. He said nothing south of the wall is free and nothing north of it either, and the eggs would wake but not for nothing." Jon turned a stick in the embers. The cold sat behind him like a 7th rider. "I've been doing the arithmetic, the way Stannis would. A dragon is the oldest weapon in the world and the most expensive, and the old books all agree the cost was the same every time. Fire to wake them and blood to bind them and a death to pay for the waking. The 7 kingdoms have forgotten a great many things about dragons. They have not forgotten that part. They put it on tapestries." "And whose death," Ed asked, "did you have in mind for the paying?" It was the right question, and Jon had no answer he liked, and the not liking of it was becoming the most familiar feeling he owned. Winterfell, when they reached it, was a wound that had been bandaged badly. They came on it at dusk in a thin, driving sleet, and Jon stopped his horse in the tree line and looked at the home he had been raised in and did not recognize the thing that wore its shape. The towers stood, most of them, but the godswood smoked at one edge where something had burned and not been let to finish burning, and the broken tower had broken further, and over the gatehouse the banners hung sodden and wrong, the flayed man of House Bolton, pink and red and obscene, where the grey direwolf should have run. A castle, Jon thought, is only stone. He had told himself that on the wall 100 times, lying to the ache of homesickness. It was a lie. Stone remembers. He could feel the place not knowing him, and it was worse than any wound the Boltons could have shown him on a body. "Held strong," Hagen the wildling murmured, reading the walls the way John read men. 200 inside, maybe more. Bolton men and Frey men, and they don't love each other. You can tell from how they've split the watch. We're 7. We're not taking the castle, John said. Not tonight, not with steel. We're taking what's under it, and we're doing it through the way the dead come and go. There was a way. Every Stark child learned it, and every Stark child was forbidden it, which was the same thing. The crypts of Winterfell had more than one mouth. The kings of Winter had been buried for 8,000 years, and over 8,000 years the living had cut tunnels, and the dead had been carried in by doors that no longer opened above ground. And one of those doors came out below the first keep, in a fall of old stone that the castle had forgotten, and that a boy who had spent his childhood hiding from a stepmother's eyes had not. John had hidden there. Bran had hidden there. The way in was a memory shaped like a crawl, and a man who had been small in this place once could be small in it again. They went in at the black hour before dawn, when even frightened garrisons sleep, and the cold of the crypt came up to meet them like an old grievance. It was a particular dark, the crypt dark, older than torchlight, and the torch John carried did not so much push it back as annoy it. The dead kings sat in their stone seats, and the dead kings watched them pass. He knew the names without reading them. Here was Cregan, here was a Brandon and another Brandon and a third, the Brandons running down the centuries like a stammer. Here was Torrin who knelt. Here was the long row of them with their stone wolves and their iron longswords laid across their laps to keep the vengeful spirits in their graves. And there, where the new dark began, where the carvings were sharp because grief had cut them recently, was Lyanna, the girl's stern face, the same face from the dream. John stood in front of it, and the torch shook a little in his hand, and he let it shake, because Eamon had told him not to set the cost down, and a shaking hand was a kind of paying. "Your aunt," Ed said behind him, very quiet, then working it through, the flat voice going stranger. "Your mother." "My mother." The word had no practice in his mouth. He had had 1,000 mothers in his boyhood imaginings, every shape of woman a lonely bastard could invent, and none of them had been a stone girl in a cold dark with her bones 8 feet down and 3 dragons' eggs walled in behind her by a brother who loved her too much to do the wise thing and burn them. Hagen, the seam, there at the base. Ned mortared it himself, and he was a soldier, not a mason. "It'll be the worst stonework in the crypt. Find me the bad stone." They found it. It was, as John had promised, terrible, a hurried patch, a grieving man's work, the mortar gone to powder in the dry cold of 15 years. They worked it loose with daggers and a pry-bar in their hands, and when the first stone came free, the dark behind it breathed out at them, and the breath was warm. Not crypt warm, not the false warmth of a held breath. Warm the way a banked hearth is warm under its gray skin, warm the way John had felt the seam in his dream, a heat that had no business living 8,000 years deep in the world's coldest stone. The men felt it and went still. Even Ed had no joke. John reached into the dark, and his hand closed on the first of them, and the egg filled his hand the way a sword's hilt fills it, the way a thing made for you fills the hand that was made to hold it. He drew it out into the torchlight. It was black, mostly, black scaled over deep red, the red showing in the seams between the scales like fire showing through the cracks of a closing door, and it was heavier than stone had any right to be, and the warmth of it climbed up his arm and sat in him like a second pulse. The torch found the second egg, and the second was paler, silver gone to gray, gone to the faint pink of dawn through fog, a moonstone the size of his 2 fists, beautiful and cold seeming, and yet not cold at all. The third was the color of old smoke and old bronze, banded, the dull gray gold of a winter sky over a forge, and it was the largest of the 3 and the heaviest. And when John took it up, the warmth that came off, it was the deepest of all, low and slow and patient, a heat that had been waiting 8,000 years and could wait a little longer. 3 eggs. 3 sleeping fires. He held all 3 against his chest in the dark of the crypt where the dead kings watched, and for a moment, one moment which he allowed himself and then put away, he was simply a man holding the only thing in the world that had ever been made for him and no one else. "We have them," he said. "Now we have to get out and get north of the next problem and find a death to pay for them that I can stand to live behind." He turned. The torch swung. Quietly, "The dead have let us rob them. Let's not make them regret the courtesy." The dead, as it happened, were the least of their troubles. The living were waiting at the crypt's upper mouth, because the worst-kept secret in any castle is the one the castle's own garrison half remembers, and a phrase sergeant with a nose for trespass had found the cold draft coming up from a tomb that should have had no draft, and had brought 8 men and a torch of his own to learn why. They met in the dark of the upper stair, and it was quick and ugly the way real fighting always was, nothing like the songs. John had 3 eggs in a sack across his back and Longclaw in his fist, and he killed 2 men in the space of 3 breaths and did not feel clever about it, because there is nothing clever in killing a frightened man in the dark. There is only the doing of it and the living with it after. Hagen took an arrow in the thigh and a fray's throat in exchange. One of John's 3 watchmen, Garrett, a quiet man from the Reach who had taken the black for a poacher's crime and become the gentlest killer John knew, went down with a spear in his belly and did not get up, and they had no time to carry him, and John would carry that instead all the way south. That was the first death. He had not chosen it. That, he would learn, was how the dragons collected, not in the clean coin a man offered, but in the coin the dragons reached out and took from the men standing nearest. Whether he willed it or number, they burned Garrett on the hill above Winterfell in the dark, and it was the burning that decided it. John had not planned to wake the eggs there. He had thought to ride on, to find some defensible place, to do the thing deliberately, the way Stannies would, with the cost set out in a column and chosen clear-eyed. But Garrett was dead, and the free folk burned their dead so the dead would not rise and walk, and the watch had learned the wisdom of that the hard way beyond the wall, and so there would be a pyre on the hill whether John willed it or not. And once there was going to be a pyre, the arithmetic changed. A death to pay for the waking. The dragons did not care, the old book said, whose death, only that it was given freely and burned with them. And here was a death given freely, for Garrett had died putting his body between a Frey spear and the sack on John's back, had died for the eggs without ever knowing what they were, and here was a fire that had to be lit anyway, and to waste that, to let that good man's burning pay for nothing, to go and find some stranger or some captive or some chosen sacrifice to feed the fire later when the freely given death was right here, cooling on the snow. "You're thinking it," Ed said. He had Garrett's blood on him to the elbow. He had not bothered to wipe it. "I can see you thinking it. You're going to put the stones in with him." "He died for them," John said. "He gets to be the one who wakes them. Anything else would be theft. We've done enough theft tonight." "That's a pretty way to say it." Ed looked at the body, at the eggs, at John. "Here's the ugly way, since you've made me your conscience and I find I don't like the wages. You need a death. You've got one. You're telling yourself you're honoring him so you don't have to notice you'd have needed a death even if he'd lived, and then where would you have gone shopping? I'm not saying don't. I've stopped saying don't, somewhere back around the tree. I'm saying," the flat voice cracked just at the seam, "I'm saying he was my friend and you're about to make his death mean something enormous, and I can't tell if that's the kindest thing anyone's ever done for Garrett or the coldest, and I don't think you can either. And I think that not knowing is the thing you'd better learn to carry, because you're going to be doing this for the rest of your life now. Making deaths mean things. It's the whole job. Nobody tells you that's the whole job." The wind came off the hill and the sleet had stopped and the clouds were tearing open in the east, and through the tier there was one star, low and red, the red wanderer the Meisters called the thief. the star that men of the faith named for the smith and men of the old gods named nothing because the old gods kept no star. John built the pyre with his own hands. He laid Garrett on it and folded the dead man's hands over the wound in his belly, and he set the 3 eggs in close against the body, the black against the heart, the pale against the head, the bronze against the killing wound, though he could not have said why those places and not others, only that his hands knew it the way they had known the crypt and the seam and the small way in. He stood back. He took the torch. "I don't know the words," he said to no one, to the star. "There must be words." There were always words. Eamon would know them. "I don't." He looked at the black egg with the fire showing through its seams and the heat of it reaching him even now, even from there. "So you'll have to take me as I am. A bastard who isn't a bastard, an oath-breaker who's trying to keep a bigger oath, a Stark and a dragon and not all the way either. If you want a king, I'm a poor bargain. If you want a man who'll spend the rest of his life making death's mean things and hating it and doing it anyway," his voice went rough, "then I'm the worst kind of bargain there is, which is the kind that keeps his word. Wake up, please. We've all paid too much for you to sleep." He put the torch to the pyre. The fire took the wood, and the wood took the man, and for a while it was only a funeral, sad and small and human, the kind of thing the world made too many of. John stood in the heat of it and grieved a man he'd known 11 years, and the others stood with him, and the flames climbed. Then the flames found the eggs, and the world changed its mind about what fire was. The black egg cracked first. It did not crack like stone. It cracked like something deciding, a sound that came up out of the pyre and into the ground and into the soles of John's boots and into the long bones of him, a sound below sound, the noise the world might make turning over in an ancient sleep. The fire over the egg changed color, went from the honest orange of burning pine to a deep arterial red, and then to a gold so pale it was nearly white, a heat with a shape to it, a heat that leaned. And in the heart of that leaning white a shadow uncurled, slow, enormous seeming though it was no larger than a cat, wings folding open like a thing being remembered, and a head came up on a serpent's neck, and 2 eyes opened in it that were the red of the wandering star. The pale egg cracked second and the third after, and the fire on the hill above Winterfell stood up tall and triple-throated against the tearing clouds, and the men of the Night's Watch fell to their knees in the snow not from reverence but because their legs had stopped agreeing to hold them, and Ed Tollett said, in a voice gone all the way past flat into something like prayer, "Gods be good. Gods be good. They're real. They were always going to be real. They were real." 3 of them, wet from the shell and steaming in the cold, climbing out of the ashes of a good man's body into the new red light of them. And they turned, all 3, toward the one warm living thing on that hill that smelled of their blood, and they looked at Jon Snow with the star's red eyes, and they knew him and he knew them, and it was the loneliest and least lonely moment of his life, both at once, the way everything would be from now on. The black one came to him first. It climbed his arm with claws like fishhooks, drawing blood, not caring, and it settled on his shoulder with its wet wings tight against his neck, and it screamed at the sky a sound no creature its size should have owned, and the sky did not answer, because there was nothing left in the sky old enough to remember what that sound meant. "V. Haler," Jon said. The name came up out of him from no place he knew, the way the cryptway had, the way the seam had. He did not choose it. It was simply the creature's name, and he had only now learned it. "You're V. Haler." The pale one had gone to the warmth of the dying pyre and curled there, clever and unhurried, watching everything, and that one was Selah, and the name was Lyanna's shaped, though it was not Lyanna's name, a wild girl's name for a wild, quick thing. And the great bronze one, the largest, the slowest, sat in the embers where Garrett's heart had been, and breath smoke, and did not scream and did not climb, only watched Jon with its low, patient, furnace-colored eyes, and that one was gray flame, ash and bronze and the winter sky, the north made into a dragon, the one that would be deadliest in the end because it never hurried and never feared and never, ever forgot. 3 deaths had bought them, Garrett's and the 2 Freys, and a 4th that John only understood was a death much later, the death of the man he might have been if he had left the stones sleeping in the dark. 3 deaths and a fire. And now there were dragons in the world again, 3 of them, wet and screaming, and his, on a hill above the home that had forgotten him, under a red star in the deepest dark of the longest winter, and the cost of them sat in John's chest where the letter sat, close to the skin, closer than anything had ever ridden, and he understood at last what Eamon had meant. The throne was never the prize. He had 3 reasons now with wings to believe it. Below them in the castle, a bell began to ring, the garrison waking to the light on the hill, the impossible triple light, the thing no living man in Westeros had seen, and the bell was frightened. You could hear it. A bell does not usually sound frightened, but this one did, and Jon Snow stood up on the hill with a dragon on his shoulder drawing blood from his neck and looked down at the flayed banners of the men who had murdered his brother, and the grief in him banked itself down low and slow and patient. The way Greyflame banked and became a thing that would not hurry and would not forget. "We came for stones," Ed said, on his knees still, staring up. "We're leaving with the end of the world." "The end of theirs," Jon said, and the black dragon screamed again, and this time something in the haunted dark to the north answered it, very far away, very old. But that was a fear for another day, and Jon had enough for this one. The bell below them had found friends. Torches were moving on the walls of Winterfell, a string of them sliding toward the gatehouse, and a column of riders would be out the gate before the light came full, because frightened men do not wait for dawn to chase a fire they cannot explain. "Off the hill," Jon said. "Now, they'll come to see what burned, and 3 men with hatchlings are not an army yet. We give them an empty hill and a dead fire, and a story they'll be too afraid to tell straight." They went down the far slope into the Wolfswood with the dawn at their backs and the dragons gathered up by whatever means served. Haler on Jon's shoulder, claws sunk in, refusing the saddlebag with a child's certainty, Sayla bundled hissing into Hagen's furs, Greyflame too heavy and too unbothered to be carried at all, pacing them at a trot through the snow on legs not a day old, smoking faintly, leaving small black prints that the falling snow took an unusual while to fill. By the time the Bolton riders reached the hilltop, there was nothing on it but ash and a man's bones and 3 broken shells the size of melons, and whatever they made of that, the riders did not follow tracks into the Wolfswood, because the Wolfswood in winter was where men went to stop being found. The dragons ate that night, and it was the eating that taught Jon the truth of what he held. They had gone to ground in a hunter's hovel a half-day south, 4 walls of turf, and a roof of branches that the war had emptied of its owner, and Hagen had killed a doe in the dusk, and Jon laid strips of the red meat on a flat stone and watched the hatchlings discover what they were. Haler would not eat it raw. The black dragon nosed the meat, drew back, and then, without instruction, without anything Jon could name as teaching, opened his jaws and breathed, and a jet of flame no longer than a man's hand bloomed out of a throat that had no business holding it, and cooked the strip black, and the dragon ate the char and screamed for more. Sayla learned it from watching her brother, the way she learned everything, second and faster. Greyflame breathed last and longest, a slow rolling gout that set the whole stone glowing, and ate without hurry and looked at Jon while it ate, the furnace eyes steady, as if to say it had known how to do this since before the world was cold and had only been waiting to be asked. "They're the size of cats," Ed said, watching the firelight crawl on the turf walls. He had stopped flinching every time one of them breathed, which was its own kind of courage. "I'll grant you they're cats that breathe fire and will dream about it for 1,000 years, but tonight they're cats. You can't take a castle with 3 cats. You can't frighten a Frey with 3 cats, and a Frey frightens at his own shadow. No, Jon agreed. He had been doing the arithmetic again, the cold kind, and the answer it gave him was patience, and he had never had less appetite for an answer. Balerion the Black Dread was the size of a dog when Aegon hatched him, and the size of a castle when he burned Harrenhal. Dragons grow as long as they live, and they grow fastest when they're flown and fed and free. Months to be the size of horses. A year, maybe 2, to be the size of the thing the songs are about. I don't have 2 years, Ed. The realm doesn't have 2 years, so I won't wait for the songs. I'll grow them as I go, and I'll fight the war I can fight at each size, and I'll make a virtue of being underestimated for as long as the world is fool enough to do it. He fed Haler another strip, and the black dragon took it from his fingers, gentle as such a thing could be gentle, which was not very. A small dragon is still a thing no lord in Westeros has seen in living memory. I don't need them castle-sized to bend the north. I need them seen. I need 100 frightened men to ride home and tell the story badly, until the story is bigger than the dragons are, and the story does the conquering while the dragons do the growing. Fear is the only weapon that gets sharper the less you use it. And when the lions hear the story, Hagen asked from the doorway, where he kept the watch with his wounded leg stretched out before him. Down south, where they've meisters who read and gold to buy whatever the meisters can build, they'll not faint like Freys. They'll measure. They'll ask how big, how many, how high it flies, can it be killed, what kills it. They'll send a man to find out, and that man will count your cats. Then I'd better be more than 3 cats by the time he counts. Jon looked at the dragons in the red light, at the 3 of them sated and steaming and folding down to sleep against the warm stone, and the weight of them sat in him the way Garrett's death sat, the way the letter sat, all the costs kept close to the skin and none of them set down. We don't go south to King's Landing. Not yet. Not for a long time. We go to the people who'll believe a wolf before they believe a meister. The mountain clans, the Umbers, the Glovers, White Harbor. The north first. I take back what's mine and grow what's mine in the same season, and I let the lions hear the story slow, the way you let a wound bleed slow so the man doesn't feel how deep it goes till it's too deep to close. He banked the cookfire with his boot. Sleep. We ride at dark tomorrow. The clans keep to the high valleys this time of year, and the walls owe Ned Stark a debt 8,000 years deep, and it's time the North learned that the wolf isn't dead. It only went and grew wings. Outside, the snow came down on the wolfswood and filled the slow black prints, and somewhere far to the south, a man Jon had never met was being paid in gold to wonder about a light that had been seen on a hill in the night. The story had already begun to walk, and as the dark came down full and the dragons slept against the warm stone with their wings folded over their hatchling hearts, Jon Snow lay awake and turned the only question that mattered over and over, the question Aemon had left him with, the question Bran had left him with, the question that would follow him all the long red way to the chair made of swords, whether he could spend this fire and stay a man, or whether the fire would spend him first. He did not know. He would ride south to find out, one valley at a time, one frightened lord at a time, one death made to mean something at a time, until the story he was building was large enough to swallow a kingdom whole. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. The White Wolf's fire. By the time the snows of the high valleys had buried the wolfswood twice over, the cats were the size of wolfhounds, and the men of the mountain clans had stopped calling them cats. Jon had spent the turn of the season learning a thing the meisters never wrote down, which was that a dragon does not grow on a schedule a man can plan around. It grows on hunger and freedom and the killing of large warm things, and Greyflame, who killed without hurry and ate without waste, had outgrown his clutch siblings by a head, and could now take a yearling elk off the snow and crack its spine in his jaws before the beast knew the shadow over it was hungry. Haler flew. Selah climbed the wind and dropped on hairs and would let no man but John come within 10 feet of her, and had taken the top joint off a little's thumb for trying. They were not the dragons of the songs. They could not yet burn a castle, or a host, or even a barn that was wet. But a horse would not stand within 50 yards of one, and a man who had never seen a thing larger than an eagle take a deer out of the air did not, after, sleep so well. That was the weapon John had been growing all winter, not the fire, the story of the fire. He stood now in the long hall of the wall, with the smoke of a peat fire stinging his eyes, and the chieftains of the mountain clans ranged on the benches before him, and he watched the story do its work on their faces. The wall himself sat in the high seat, a vast slab of a man with a beard like a frozen waterfall, called the Big Bucket by men who said it where he could not hear, and Lord of the Wells by men who said it where he could. To his left sat old Nari, dry and brown as a winter root, who had buried 4 sons in 4 wars and was famous for never once being surprised by anything. To his right the Flint of the mountains, and below them the Littles and the Knots and the Burleys, every man of them armed in a hall where arming was an insult, because they did not yet know what John was, and a clansman who does not know what a thing is keeps a hand on his axe. "You sent us a raven," the wall said. "That said the bastard of Winterfell wanted our spears, and called himself by the name of dragons, and we laughed, because a raven cannot blush, and the man who sent it could not see us laugh. Then your monsters came over the ridge and ate 3 of my best ewes, and we stopped laughing." He leaned forward, and the benches creaked under the weight of every man leaning with him. "So, bastard, tell us what you are before I decide what you are." "I'm Ned Stark's blood," John said, "raised in his house, taught my honor at his knee, and that part is true and the part that matters to you. The rest is stranger." He did not reach for the letter yet. He had learned in a winter of frightened lords that you do not lead with the parchment, you lead with the debt. 8,000 years ago, the wall bent the knee to the king of winter, and the bargain was never gold and never grain. The bargain was this: when the wolf bleeds, the mountains come down. The Starks kept their half. They sent men to die at the wall for you and bred up the passes in the hard winters, and the king's justice when the Burleys raided the Knots, begging the Burleys' pardon. A few of them grunted. One of them spat, which in that hall was a kind of agreement. Now the wolf is all but dead. Robb Stark butchered at a wedding under Gestright, his mother with him, his bannermen with him, and the man who did it sits in Winterfell tonight wearing my brother's hall like a stolen cloak. House Bolton, House Frey. And I have come up your valleys in winter to call the old debt. The mountains come down. That part doesn't change because I've grown wings." "And the wings," said Nori in the dust-dry voice that had never been surprised. "Let's not pretend they're nothing, lad. I've buried 4 sons, and I'll not send the clans to die for a bastard's pride. Whose are they? Where did a Snow get dragons? A man doesn't grow them in a saddlebag." So John gave them the parchment. He had a clansman who could read. Every clan kept one, hidden like a vice. And the Norrie's reader stood and worked through Eamon's hand by firelight. The High Valyrian words first, and then the common, the truth of Rhaegar and Lyanna and the tower in Dorne and the marriage under the heart tree, and the seal of the citadel and the name of the oldest living maester in the world set under it like a stone on a grave. When the reader finished, there was no sound in the long hall but the peat fire and the wind. "Lyanna Stark's son," the wall said at last, very slowly, tasting it. "We knew Lyanna. My father carried her on his shoulders at a feast when she was a girl. Wild as a spring flood, that one. Ran her horse up the Whispering Pass on a dare and came down laughing with the snow in her hair." He looked at John, and something moved behind the beard that might have been the past. "You've her chin. I'll grant you that. A man could call that nothing. A man could call a great many things nothing, right up until they kill him." He stood, and standing he filled the hall. "Here's what the mountains see, dragon bastard, And I'll say it plain because flattery's a Southron disease and we don't catch it up here. We don't care if your father was a prince or a pig. We care that Roose Bolton broke guest right, which is the one law older than kings, the law the gods themselves keep. And no clan in these mountains will sit in its hall and call itself men, while the man who broke bread and then broke neck sleeps warm in Ned Stark's bed. You want our spears. You had them before you sent the raven. You had them the night the red wedding was sung up our valleys by a fiddler who couldn't finish the tune for weeping. He drew his axe and laid it on the table, blade toward Jon, hilt toward himself, the old gesture, the giving of the edge. The wall is yours. Now what does the dragon mean to do with 3,000 axes and 3 monsters that eat ewes? Win the north back in one battle, Jon said, before the lions in the south finish counting. The battle came to them, which was the thing Jon had wanted and the thing he had arranged, though he let the clans believe the gods had arranged it, because a man fights harder for a sign than a plan. Roose Bolton was not a fool, and that was the whole problem with Roose Bolton. He had heard the same stories the clans had heard: a light on a hill, monsters in the wolfswood, a dead bastard riding south with wings, and where a Frey would have soiled himself and a Karstark would have charged. Roose Bolton did arithmetic, and his arithmetic told him that a rumor with wings was best killed before it learned to fly. So he sent his son. Ramsay Bolton came up into the foothills with 2,000 men, Bolton and Frey and the sweepings of the sack of Winterfell. And he came in winter, against the counsel of every gray-haired sergeant in his column, because Ramsay Bolton had never in his life been able to leave a frightened thing alone. He wanted the dragons. He wanted them the way he wanted everything, which was skinned. He told his men they were marching to put down a peasant rising in the hills, and his men, who had learned what happened to men who corrected Ramsay, agreed that it was a peasant rising, and froze and grumbled and died. They died in a place the Nori chose, a steep-walled valley the clans called the Weeping Stair for the way the meltwater fell down it in spring, narrow at the bottom where a stream ran black under the ice, the slopes above it thick with snow that had not slid all winter and wanted to. Jon let Ramsay's column come a full day up the valley, harried at the edges by clansmen who showed themselves and vanished, drawing the Bolton host deeper the way you draw a fish, with movement and false fear. By dusk on the second day 2,000 men were strung out 1.5 miles along the valley floor, cold and blown and certain they were chasing peasants, and Jon stood on the lip of the Weeping Stair in the last gray light, with 3 dragons hooded and hungry beside him, and the walls 3,000 crouched silent in the white above. They say your grandfather could have taken this whole host with a word, Ed murmured. He had appointed himself Jon's shadow somewhere back in the autumn and had not asked to be relieved. Burnt them where they stood, the field of fire, 4,000 dead in an afternoon and the screams heard in Highgarden. My dragons can't burn a host, Jon said. Not yet. They can burn the front of it. They can make 2,000 men believe the sky has opened. He watched the column below, the little torches of it strung out helpless in the dark gut of the valley, and the cold thing in him that had been Garrett's grief sat very still and patient, the bronze-banked thing, the gray-flame thing. And they can do the other work, the work the Meisters don't write about. He raised his hand. Above and to either side, 3,000 clansmen put their shoulders to the great drifts they had spent 2 days loosening with fire pits and digging, and waited for the word. What other work? Ed asked. Horses can't be brave, Jon said. Men can be made brave by other men, by drums, by drink, by a lord behind them with a whip. A horse only knows what its nose tells it, and what its nose will tell it in about 100 heartbeats is that the oldest enemy in the world is in the air above it. He unhooded Vhaler. The black dragon lifted his head and tested the wind, and made a sound low in his chest that Jon felt in his own teeth. Cavalry is the only thing Ramsay has that could climb these slopes and reach my clans. So we take the horses first. We take the horses, and we take the snow, and we let the mountain do the killing, because the mountain has been killing in this valley for 8,000 years, and the dragons have only had a season to practice. He brought his hand down. Now. 3 things happened in the space of 10 heartbeats, and they happened in an order Jon had drawn in the snow with a stick the night before, 3 times, until the wall could draw it back to him. First, the dragons went down the valley in the dark, low, fast, silent until the last instant, and then not silent at all. Heir opened his throat over the head of the Bolton column, and the fire that came out of him was no bigger than a burning cart. But it came out of the black sky onto frozen men who had been told they hunted peasants, and the light of it showed them, for 1 heartbeat, exactly what was killing them. Saela took the rear and Greyflame took the middle, and the bronze dragon's fire was the worst, slow and rolling and clinging, and where it fell men did not run because men who are truly burning do not run, they fold. But the burning was not the point. The screaming was the point, and the smell was the point. The old reptile reek of dragon that no horse in the world had smelled in 100 years, and every horse in the world still remembered in its blood. The horses went mad. 2,000 men's mounts, picketed and ridden both, broke in the same instant in the narrow dark, and there is nothing in war more dangerous to a packed column than its own panicked horses. Nothing, not arrows, not fire, not the enemy. The Bolton host began to kill itself in the bottom of the valley, trampling and crushing and stabbing at shapes in the dark that were their own brothers. And into that, on the word of the wall, the mountains came down. Not the clans, the snow. 3,000 axes had spent 2 days cutting the drifts loose, and now 3,000 men put their weight on the last of it, and the whole white shoulder of the weeping stair let go at once and came down into the valley in a wave 200 feet high, and the sound of it drowned even the dragons. Then the clans came down behind the snow, into the broken edges of a host that no longer existed, and finished what the mountain had begun. It was not a battle. Jon knew it even as he watched it, even as Heir carried him low over the carnage with the heat of the burning still climbing past them into the dark. A battle is a thing 2 hosts do to each other. This was a killing, and he had built it brick by brick, with fire pits and false fear and a dead man's letter, and it worked exactly the way he had drawn it in the snow, and that was the part that stayed with him after. Not the horror, the precision. He had become, in 1 winter, a man who could draw a thing like this with a stick and have it come true, and the having built it sat in him heavier than any sword he'd ever swung, because a sword you can put down. They took Ramsay Bolton alive at the bottom of the weeping stair, pinned under a dead horse with his legs crushed and the dragon stink in his hair, and he was laughing when they dug him out, laughing and weeping at once, asking to see them, asking to touch them. And Jon looked down at the man who had flayed the North for sport and understood that here was a creature who had wanted to be eaten by something larger his whole life and would call it love if it happened. "Hang him," Jon said. "Now, tonight. No fire, no flaying, nothing he can make into a song about himself. A rope and a tree and his name said once and then never again. He spent his whole life teaching men to be afraid of him. Don't give him an audience to die in front of." They hanged him from a sentinel pine in the dark while the snow still settled, and Ramsay Bolton went out of the world unwatched and unmade, which was the only punishment Jon could devise that the man would actually have hated, and which was therefore the only just one. Roose Bolton did not wait to be besieged. Word of the weeping stair reached Winterfell in 3 days, carried by the handful of Bolton men who had been at the rear and run rather than burn. And the story they carried was the one Jon had spent all winter growing, bigger than the dragons, bigger than the snow, a story in which the dead bastard of Winterfell had come down out of the mountains on a black dragon the size of the sky, and called the very earth to swallow an army. Roose Bolton heard it the way he heard everything, behind a face like still water, and then he did the only intelligent thing left to a man who has bet on the wrong horse. He ran. He could not run far. The North had heard the same story Winterfell had heard, and the North had been waiting 400 days for a reason to stop being afraid. The Umbers rose. Mors Crowfoot out of the last hearth with his graveyard host, and his hatred of the Freys who had killed his nephew. White Harbor rose, the new castle throwing open its gates and Wyman Manderley heaving his vast bulk onto a warhorse for the first time in 20 years, because the Freys had baked his son into a pie and made him eat it smiling, and he had waited and waited, and now the waiting was done. The Glovers rose at Deepwood, and the Mormonts on their island, and the Serwins and the Tallhearts and the broken remnants of a dozen houses the war had gutted, and they did not rise for a prince of dragons. Not really, not yet. They rose because a Stark's blood had come home and called the old debt, and because Roose Bolton had broken the one law the gods keep, and the North does not forgive an oath-breaker, even when it has to ride through snow to teach him so. They caught Roose Bolton on the Kinks Road south of Winterfell, running for the twins and his Frey friends with 400 men and his pregnant Frey wife in a wheelhouse, and the host that caught him was 10,000 strong and growing and flew, at its head, a banner that the North had not seen flown in earnest since Robb rode south to die, the grey direwolf of House Stark, running on its field of white. Jon had argued against the wolf. He had wanted his own banner, a thing that was honest about what he was, a three-headed dragon or a wolf with wings. The wall had laughed at him. Lad, the old chieftain had said, you can fly a dragon when you've got a kingdom. Today you've got the North, and the North follows the wolf, and the wolf is what's going to put Bolton's head on a spike. Be a dragon in King's Landing. Be a wolf here. A man who can't tell the difference doesn't deserve either. So it was a wolf that ran on the banner when Jon Snow rode out ahead of 10,000 Northmen to where Roose Bolton sat his horse on the Kinks Road with 400 and no hope and that face like still water. And it was a wolf that the Lord of the Dreadfort looked at when he looked at the man who had unmade his house in a single winter. You favor her, Roose said. His voice was very soft. Men leaned in to hear it, which was a thing he had cultivated, the leaning in, the way other men cultivated a loud voice. Lyanna. I saw her once at Harrenhal the year the dragons died. A wild thing. I remember thinking she would come to grief, and so she did, and so did the realm, and so, it seems, do I. His pale eyes moved over the host, the banners, the three shapes wheeling high and patient against the white sky. I broke guest right. I'll not insult you by pretending I regret the breaking, only the result. I made a wager that the Starks were finished and the Lannisters were forever, and I have spent a long life being right about such wagers, and I was wrong about this one, and a man who is wrong about the last wager does not get to make another. He inclined his head, a courtesy, a horror. I would ask only that you not give me to the Umbers. The Crowfoot will make it last a fortnight, and I find I have no stomach for being a fortnight's entertainment. You'll have the sword, Jon said. Not because you've earned it, because I'm not going to let what you did to my brother teach me to be you. He dismounted. He drew Longclaw, the Valyrian steel that Jeor Mormont had given him a lifetime ago for pulling an old man out of a fire, and the ripples in the dark blade caught the white light. Kneel. If you can do it without making it a sermon. Say the names of the men you murdered at the Twins, all of them, every one you can remember, and when you run out of names I'll know you're finished, and so will you. Roose Bolton knelt in the snow of the Kinks Road and he said the names. He had a good memory. It took longer than anyone wanted, and when at last the names ran out and the still water of his face had, for one instant at the very end, shone the smallest crack of the thing under it, Not fear, John thought, but a kind of cold astonishment that the wager had finally, after a lifetime, come due. Jon Snow took his head with a single stroke, clean, the way Ned had taught him a man owes the men he kills, and the north roared and the wolf banners climbed. And Winterfell opened its gates that evening to the blood of the kings of winter come home at last. They held the feast in the great hall that night, the hall where Theon had once sat in Robb's seat, the hall where the Boltons had flayed the very tapestries, and the northern lords ate Bolton bread and drank Bolton ale and shouted themselves hoarse, and somewhere past the middle of it, full of drink and grief and victory, they stopped shouting stark. It began with the great Jon's brother, old Moore's Crowfoot, who climbed onto the high table with a horn of ale slopping in his fist and put one boot in the gravy and bellowed for quiet and got it. "The Starks," he roared, and they roared it back. "The wolves come home," and they roared that too. And then the old man's one eye found Jon at the head of the table, and his ruined face split, and he bellowed the thing that none of them had quite dared to say in daylight. "But the wolf's grown wings, lads. There's a dragon sleeping in the godswood tonight that ate my best courser this morning and looked at me like I owed it another. And that dragon's got Ned Stark's eyes and Lyanna's chin and the blood of old Valyria in him. And I say, he swayed, found his footing, found his voice. I say the kings of winter knelt to a Southron throne 300 years ago because a man came with 3 dragons and they couldn't fight him. And now we've got the dragons. So I say the kneeling's done." The hall came apart. Not into agreement, into argument, which in the north is the same thing as joy. 10 lords on their feet at once roaring different things. The wall bellowing about old debts and Manderley's reedy voice cutting under it about ships and grain and the price of a crown. And through all of it Jon sat very still at the head of his brother's table with the noise breaking over him. And he did not stand, and he did not speak, and he let them argue, because Aemon had taught him the last lesson of all the lessons, which was that a man who wants a crown should never reach for it. He should make the crown reach for him, so that on the day it sits on his head, no man can say he stole it. It was old Nari, dry as a root, never surprised, who finally said the quiet true thing into a lull. "It's not the north you'll be wanting, lad. The north's yours already, wolf or dragon, you needn't ask. It's the rest. It's the chair in the south, the one made of swords, the one that's killed every man who sat it too long." The old man looked at Jon down the length of the hall, and there was no drink in his voice. "Your grandfather sat that chair. The Mad King. Burned men for the smell of it. The North knelt to a dragon once and got 300 years of Southron tax and Southron war, and a mad old man burning our liege lord in his own throne room. Rickard Stark, your kin, cooked in his armor while his son strangled himself trying to save him. That's what's at the bottom of the chair you're being offered tonight, dragon. So before we put a crown on you and ride south to die for it, one old man who's buried 4 sons is going to ask you the only question that matters, and you're going to answer it sober in front of all of us, or I'll go home to my mountains and take my spears with me." He leaned forward. The hall had gone silent. When you've got the fire and the cities at your feet, and the easy thing and the right thing are pulling different ways, which one wins? Because I've heard that question put to a dragon before. The realm didn't like the answer. The fire cracked in the great hearth. The 300 men of the north waited. "I don't know," Jon said. It was not what they expected, and the not expecting moved through the hall like cold air under a door. "A man who told you he knew would be lying," Jon went on, standing now slowly, because the moment had finally come to him instead of being reached for. "My grandfather thought he knew. He was sure. Sureness is what burned Rickard Stark. So I won't stand in my brother's hall and swear I'll always choose the right thing, because the men who swear that loudest are the men you find later with a torch in their hand and a city screaming. Here's what I'll swear instead. He set his hand flat on the table, on the old scarred wood where 8,000 years of his blood had eaten and argued and died. I'll swear to keep men around me who'll tell me when I'm becoming him. I'll swear to listen when they do. I'll swear that the day I stop being able to hear an old man from the mountains ask me that question to my face is the day I've already lost, and I'll want one of you to put a sword in me before I find a throne to lose it on. He looked at Nori. That's not the answer you wanted. It's the only honest one there is. A man who promises you he'll never go mad has already started. I'm promising you I know the roads there, and I'm asking you to walk close enough to grab my arm. Will that buy your spears, old man, or do you ride home? Nori looked at him for a long moment, dry and brown and unsurprised by anything in 80 years. He said at last, that'll buy them. Gods help us all, that's the first true thing a king said in my hearing. And he raised his cup, and the hall raised with him, and they did not shout Stark, and they did not shout Dragon. They shouted the thing that the Meisters would later write was the night the war for the Iron Throne truly began, the thing 10,000 Northmen would carry south through blood and fire to a chair made of swords. The White Wolf, they roared into the rafters, into the winter, into the long red road ahead. The White Wolf, the White Wolf. And in the Godswood, under the heart tree where another Lyanna had once been promised things, 3 dragons lifted their heads at the noise and answered it, and the smoke of their breath rose white into the black sky. And the North, for the first time in a long age, was not afraid of the dark. Chapter 3 End Chapter 4. A red debt the neck did not want an army, and the neck got one anyway. And it took its toll the way it always had, in fever and bog and men who stepped off the causeway in the dark and were never heard to scream. Moat Cailin had been the gate of the North for 10,000 years, 3 black towers in a sea of mud, and whoever held it held the only dry road between the kingdoms. The Ironborn had held it through the war, a few score reavers squatting in the ruin, certain no host could come at them through the swamp, and no host could pass them on the road. They were right about the swamp. They had not reckoned on a man who did not need the road. JON took the moat from the heir in a single afternoon, without losing a man, and afterward he found that the easy victories sat worse with him than the hard ones. Heiler was the size of a destrier now, big enough at last to do the thing the songs promised. And when the black dragon came down on the southern tower with his wings wide and his throat open, the Ironborn inside learned in the space of a breath that the oldest law of their islands, that what is dead may never die, had an older law above it. Everything burns. JON gave them the chance to yield. He always gave them the chance. It was a discipline he had set himself, the offer before the fire, because the day he stopped offering would be the day Nori's question had its answer. The Ironborn captain spat off the tower and called him a green boy playing at dragons. So JON burned the tower, and the men in it, and the screaming carried a long way over the flat water. When it was done, he sat Heiler on the broken stone and made himself look at what fire did to men in a confined space, made himself look until he could have drawn it, because Garrett had taught him that the one who looks away is the one who will do it again without counting. You could have starved them out, said the woman who had come up the causeway under a peace banner to meet him, a lean brown Crannog woman in greens and grays with a frog spear across her saddle and a face he half knew. A fortnight, maybe less. No fire, no screaming. I don't have a fortnight, JON said. And starving men is a slower fire that nobody puts in a song because there's nothing to watch. I won't pretend the clean way was clean, but don't tell me there was a kind one. He came down off the dragon and her Garen shied and she let it, watching him instead. You're a Cranogman, read colors. You'll be Howland Reed's then. His daughter, Mira, and you'll be the one my father's been waiting 16 years to meet, though he never once told me why. Only that a day would come when a wolf flew, and on that day I was to bring him to it. She looked at the dragon, at the burning tower, at the gray direwolf on the banner above 10,000 spears, and something passed over her weathered face that was not fear and not wonder but lived in the country between them. He's at Greywater Watch. It moves, the watch, that's the trick of it, the castle that floats. I'll take you because you'd wander the bog a year and drown. He says he has a thing to give you worth more than dragons. I told him nothing's worth more than dragons. He laughed. He doesn't laugh. Howland Reed was a small man in a small hall that drifted on a raft of reeds in the heart of the swamp, and he was the only living soul in the 7 kingdoms besides Jon himself who had stood at the foot of the tower in Dorne where Lyanna Stark died. He had kept the secret 16 years the way a Cranogman keeps anything, by sinking it so deep no torch would ever find it. I knew you the moment you ducked the door, he said. His voice was wind in dry reeds, soft, unhurried. Not from the dragons, from how you came in, apologizing to my lintel with your shoulders. Ned did that. Every door in the south was built too low for him, and he never once cursed it, only ducked and looked sorry for being large in a small room. You've got that. It's not in the blood. He gave it to you with his hands, raising you, and no Meister's letter can say a thing like that, but I can, because I watched him learn it from his own father in a hall not unlike this one. The small lord sat. Sit. I'll tell you what I saw at the tower they call Joy, which is the cruelest named place in the world, and then you'll have 2 witnesses to what you are, a dying Meister and a living lord, and that's enough to hang a kingdom on. He told it plainly, without song. 3 Kingsguard at the foot of the tower, the finest swords in the realm, dead on the white blade Sir Arthur Dane carried and dead on Ned's grief. The screaming from the upper room. Lyanna in a bed of blood, begging a promise. The babe. And the thing Howland Reed had carried out of that room wrapped in with the babe, not the eggs, that had been the Dane's part, the southern part, but the words. Lyanna's words. The name she had given her son with the last strength in her, before she made Ned swear. She didn't name you Jon, Howland said. Ned named you Jon after Jon Arryn, because it was a northern name that wouldn't make a king's assassins look twice. Lyanna named you something else. I heard it. I've kept it 16 years because a name like that is a death warrant in the wrong year, and now the year's turned, and it's time you carried your own name instead of the one your father stole from a dead babe to keep you breathing. The reeds shifted under the hall. Somewhere a frog spoke and was answered. She named you for his father, for the heir the Mad King passed over. Aegon. Aegon Targaryen, 6th of that name. And then she said, and I'll give it to you the way she gave it to me, with the blood on her mouth. Promise him he won't be like the rest. Promise him the fire won't have all of him. Promise him there'll be wolf enough left to know when to stop. Jon stood in the floating hall a long while and did not speak, because there was nothing in him steady enough to be trusted with speech. I've been Jon Snow 17 years, he said at last. A man doesn't put a name on like a cloak. Number he grows into it, or he doesn't. I'm not telling you to be Aegon. I'm telling you that you have the right to it, that your mother died asking it of you, and that the asking has a shape, and the shape is a leash you put on yourself before anyone else can. The wolf enough to know when to stop. The small gray lord rose, went to a chest, and brought out the last thing, a circlet plain and old, a band of black iron set with 3 small stones of dragonglass, the kind of thing a northern girl might have hidden in a saddlebag and worn on a dare. Hers. She had it at Harrenhal, the year the prince crowned her queen of love and beauty and started a war. Ned brought it home with her bones. I took it before he buried it because I thought someday a son might want a thing his mother's hands had held that wasn't a tomb. He put it in Jon's hands. You'll want a crown one day before this is done. Wear that one first. It'll keep the others honest. The Riverlands, when Jon came down into them, were a country that had been at war so long it had forgotten the shape of peace, and the war had not been fought between hosts so much as visited upon villages. Everywhere his column passed there were the same 3 things, a burned holdfast, a hanged man at a crossroads, and the smell. He had thought the North was ruined. The North had been broken cleanly by one great treachery, the way a bone breaks. The Riverlands had been ground. Lannister and Frey and Mountain's men and outlaws and starving smallfolk turned Reaver. 3 years of it, until the great river houses were husks, and the smallfolk had taken to the woods to die more privately. He marched his host slow through that ruin, slower than his lords liked, because a man learns more about a country from the speed of his column than from any map, and what Jon learned of the Riverlands he learned at a walking pace, village by emptied village. He made a rule of it before they had gone 20 leagues, and the rule was simple and unpopular, and he held to it. The host did not take the last of anything. Not the last grain in a holdfast, not the last pig in a yard, not the last daughter's last shred of dignity. An army that strips a country bare has conquered a graveyard. He told the wall, who grumbled that you could not feed 30,000 spears on principle, and Jon agreed that you could not, and fed them on Manderley's grain hauled up from the ships instead, and made the rivermen watch him do it, because a Riverlander who saw a northern host pay for its bread in a land that had been robbed by every other army for 3 years was a Riverlander who began, against all his bitter experience, to hope. They passed a sept with its roof burned off, and a holy man living in the nave among the rooks, and the man came out to bless the dragons and could not finish the blessing for weeping. And Jon got down off his horse in the mud, and let the old septon put a shaking hand on his brow, and say the words as best he could manage them, because a king who is too proud to be blessed by a weeping man in a roofless sept has already forgotten what the blessing is for. It cost an hour. Jon had begun to keep a separate ledger from Stannis's kind, a ledger of the hours a conqueror spends on things that win no battles, and he had come to believe that the size of that ledger was the only honest measure of what kind of king a man would be once the battles were done. Riverrun was besieged. Harrenhal changed hands like a bad coin. And through the burned country moved a thing the Riverlanders spoke of only at the bottom of their voices, a thing the war had made out of grief, and a lord of light's stolen fire, the hanging woman, the silent mother, who pulled Freys from their saddles and stretched their necks at the crossroads and never, ever spoke. Jon found the Brotherhood before he found Riverrun, or rather they found him, because the Brotherhood without banners had been the eyes of the Riverlands for 3 years, and a dragon is not a thing the eyes miss. They came into his camp under a peace banner at dusk, a dozen ragged men led by a one-eyed lightning lord and a fat red priest with a sad face, and Jon knew them by the songs before they spoke. Beric Dondarrion, who had died 6 times and come back 5 and looked it, and Thoros of Myr, who had done the bringing back and looked sorry for it. "We've come to look at you," Beric said. His voice came from a long way down. 3 years we've fought for the small folk because no lord would. Hanged the men who burned them, lion and wolf and Frey alike, and asked nothing of any banner because every banner lied. Then a dragon comes down the King's Road flying a wolf, and the small folk say the old king's blood has come home, and they kneel in the mud as you pass, and I had to come see whether you're another lord with a prettier flag or the thing they think you are. The dead lord's one eye held him. So, Egon, the river folk are calling you now, the name's already loose. What are you? I've nothing left to spend but these men, and I'll not spend them on another lion in a wolf's cloak. I'm a man who burned 40 Ironborn alive at Moat Cailin 4 days ago and made himself watch, Jon said. There was no profit in softening it for a man who had died 6 times for telling the truth. I'm not clean, Lord Beric. I owe the small folk the same debt you do, the old one, the one the strong owe the weak and almost never pay, and I mean to pay it, and I'll burn whoever I have to burn to do it. That should frighten you, because it's exactly the sentence every monster in this war has said to itself before the burning. The only difference between me and the next dragon is that I keep men near me whose whole task is to tell me when I've become the thing I'm burning. I'm short one. The position's open. He let that sit. You died for the small folk with no banner because the banners lied. I'm asking you to carry one that won't. Not because I'm pure, but because I'll let you hang me if I'm not, and no other lord in this realm will make you that offer, and you know it, or you wouldn't have come to look. Thoros of Mur, who had said nothing, looked into Jon's cookfare a long moment, the way the red priests look into all fire, and what he saw there moved the sadness in his face into something heavier. There are 3 of you in the flames, the priest said quietly. A wolf and a dragon and a third thing I haven't the courage to name, all wearing your face, all pulling. I've watched a king burn men on this same trick of the fire and call it certainty. You don't look certain. He glanced at Barik. That's the only thing that's ever recommended a man to me. Lord Barik, I think we've found the banner. The Brotherhood without banners took a banner that night for the first time in 3 years, and it was a gray wolf. And the hard men wept to do it, and Jon let them, and did not look away. Riverrun stood where the tumblestone met the red fork, a strong castle made stronger by the rivers it sat between, and it had held for the better part of a year against a Frey Lannister siege, because the man holding it was the most stubborn old soldier left alive in the 7 kingdoms. Sir Brynden Tully, called the Blackfish, had refused to yield Riverrun when his nephew was taken, refused when they paraded that nephew under the walls with a rope at his throat, refused every clever offer the Freys floated across the water, because the Blackfish had decided some long while ago that a Tully who bent to the men who butchered his family at a wedding was not a Tully worth saving, and he meant to die proving it. The besiegers had settled in for the slow work. They had towers and trenches and a boom across the river, and the patience of men who knew hunger does their fighting for them. They did not have an answer for the sky. Jon came on the siege lines at dawn with the dragons high and the morning sun behind them, and he did not open with fire. He opened with shadow. He brought all 3 down low over the Frey camp in one pass, wings spread, throats silent, and let 10,000 besiegers wake to 3 shapes sliding across the ground that had no business in any sky they knew, and let the horses break, and the picket lines snap, and the first men run before a single flame had fallen. Fear did the opening. The fire only finished the argument. Grey flame took the siege towers, the slow rolling burn that clung and would not be beaten out, and Sayla took the boom across the river, cracking the great chains mooring with a gout of flame that turned the timbers to a floating bonfire. And Vhaler took the command pavilion, where the Frey banners flew thickest. And the siege of Riverrun ended not in a battle, but in a rout. 10,000 men deciding in the same quarter hour that no castle was worth the oldest enemy in the world come back to collect. The Blackfish opened his gates at noon and rode out to meet the man who'd lifted his siege, and he looked Jon up and down with the flat, assessing stare of an old soldier pricing a young one, and he did not kneel. "They say you're Lyanna's boy," the Blackfish said. "Rhaegar's get. I knew Lyanna, spirited girl, and the prince stole her and the realm burned for it, and now her son comes flying the same dragons that started all our grief, and I'm meant to be grateful." He spat into the churned mud. "I'm grateful for the siege lifted. I'll say that plain and mean it. But I've buried this whole family, boy. My niece opened her throat at the twins. My nephew's a Frey hostage. Rob, who I taught to ride, is meat. I've nothing left to give a cause but a sword and an old man's spite, and I'll not hand even that to a Targaryen on the strength of a pretty story and a lucky pass with a dragon." "I'm not asking for your sword," Jon said. "I'm asking where you want to point your spite." He swung down from Vhaler, and the old knight's horse shied, and the old knight held it without seeming to notice, his eyes never leaving Jon's face. "Walder Frey murdered your family under Gestright. I'm marching on the twins tomorrow to answer it, with a trial and account, and the guilty hanged in daylight under their own broken roof. I came to ask the man with the truest claim to that vengeance in all the riverlands whether he'd ride at my side when I take it, or whether he'd rather sit in his strong castle and nurse his spite until it's the only family he's got left. He let the rivers fill the silence. Your nephew Edmure is in those towers, sir, a Frey hostage. I can't promise you he'll live. The Freys are not sentimental about hostages, but I can promise you that if I take the twins from the sky, every man on those walls will be looking up, and a hostage nobody's watching is a hostage who walks out the poster. You want him back. You ride with me and we make Walder Frey too busy with dragons to remember he had a knife at your nephew's throat. That's not a story. That's a battle plan. Will it buy your spite, old man, or do I leave you to it? The Blackfish studied him a long moment, the rivers running loud behind, and somewhere in the flat old soldier's eyes a thing that had been clenched shut for a year worked itself partway open. Edmure, he said. You'd plan a battle around getting back a nephew who lost the only one I ever let him fight. A sound came out of him that, in a younger man, would have been a laugh. Gods help me, that's the first thing anyone said to me in a year that sounded like Hoster Tully and not like a vulture. The Riverlands will ride, not for your dragons, for my brother's grandson and the law his murderers broke, and because an old man would rather die taking the twins than live having watched it burn from a window. He turned his horse, then turned it back, the assessment in his eyes gone harder and somehow warmer at once. But understand me, dragon. I ride with you to the twins and no farther until I've seen what you do there. A man shows you who he'll be on the throne by how he treats the men at his mercy. I've watched 3 kings learn that lesson too late. I'll not follow a 4th south until I've watched you pass it. That's the only condition I'd have trusted, Jon said. Ride with me to the twins, then, and judge me there. If I fail your judging, the Riverlands keep their spears and I keep marching with what I've got. That's a fair bargain for a man who's buried his whole house. She was waiting at the crossroads below the twins, in the rain, with a noose in her swollen gray hands and a dozen ragged outlaws at her back who would not look at her directly. And the small folk of the Riverlands had come out of the woods in their hundreds to stand in the wet and watch, because the hanging woman and the dragon prince had come to the same crossroads on the same gray day, and the river folk knew an ending when they smelled one in the air. Jon came on foot alone, the dragons left circling high enough to be a rumor and not a threat, because you do not come to a parley behind fire. He stopped 6 feet from the thing that had been Catelyn Stark, and he made himself look at her. The river had not been kind. The throat the Freys had opened gaped still, sewn nowhere, and the grief had eaten everything in the face that had once been a great lady's and left only the long, cold line of the mouth he remembered, the mouth that had said you should have been there, your place was here, to a bastard who had loved her son. She could not speak. Thoros had warned him, the cut throat, the words gone. But her eyes found him, and the hate in them was the most alive thing left in her, and it was the same hate she had carried in life, only purified now, distilled, outliving the woman who felt it. My lady, Jon said. The gray hands worked the noose. Her ruined throat made a sound, a wet rasp with no words in it, and he understood her anyway, had understood her his whole life. You, of all of them spared, you. The bastard lives and Robb is meat. The hate at that moment was not for the Freys. It was the old household hate, and it was almost a comfort to see it because it was hers, the realest thing in the wet field, and he had never once been able to make her wrong about him, and he did not want to start now over a grave. You're right, he said. It should have been me. Robb was worth 10 of me, and the gods took him and left the bastard, and there's no justice in it, none, and you've carried that truth past your own death because nobody else would say it. The rain ran down his face. I can't give you Robb. I can't give you your throat or your years or the woman you were. I've 3 dragons and 10,000 spears and the whole turning weight of a war, and not 1 ounce of it can give you the only thing you want. He went down on one knee in the mud of the crossroads, before the small folk, before the brotherhood, before the swinging phrase, before what his brother's mother had become. But I can give you the twins. I came here to give you the twins. Walder Frey murdered your son under his own roof, and I am going to take that roof apart stone by stone and hang every man who held a knife at the Red Wedding. I came to ask the one person in this realm with the truest claim to that vengeance whether she'll let me carry it as justice, with a court and account and the name said aloud, or whether she means it done as slaughter in the dark, the way it was done to Rob. He looked up into the ruined eyes. Because I'll do it either way, my lady. The phrase die either way. The only question you answer is whether your son's death buys the realm a law, or just another red wedding with the colors reversed. You loved justice once. I watched you love it. Is there enough of you left to want it now? The crossroads held its breath. The rain came down. The gray hand stopped working the noose. For a long moment the thing that had been cattle in Stark swayed, and a fight went on behind the dead eyes, the woman and the wound, the mother and the hate, and Jon knelt in the mud and let her fight it and did not hurry her, because a man does not hurry the dying twice. Then slowly, with hands that had forgotten everything but knots, she lifted the noose and held it out to him, not around his neck, across her 2 gray palms the way the wall had laid down his axe. The vengeance handed over. Do it right. Make it law and not a wound. I will, Jon said. He took the noose. On my brother's name, on yours, I'll make it law. And then the thing that had been cattle in Stark did the only kind thing left in it. It walked, swaying, to the great weirwood beside the crossroads, for there was always a weirwood at a crossroads in the Riverlands, the old gods keeping their old counts, and it lay down in the red roots in the rain. It looked at Jon once more, and the hate went out of the eyes at last, not into peace. There was no peace left in her, but into an exhaustion 8,000 days deep. Thoros of Myr knelt beside her in the mud and took her gray hand and bowed his head, and the fire that had held a wound together for 3 years let go, and Catelyn Stark was finally, mercifully, only dead. They buried her in the roots beside the weirwood, in the Riverlands she had been born to, and the small folk knelt in the rain in their hundreds, and Jon stood over the grave of the woman who had never loved him and grieved her, because Howland Reed had been right. Ned had given him that with his hands, the ducking of the head in low doorways, the grieving of people who'd shown you nothing, the wolf enough to know when to stop. Then he raised his eyes to the twin castles squatting on either side of the Green Fork, the bridge between them, the murderer's nest where his brother had been butchered under Gestrite, and the grief in him banked itself low and bronze and patient, and he called the dragons down out of the high gray rain. Lord Beric, Sir Brynden. The Blackfish had ridden up beside the Brotherhood, watching all of it, judging, the way he'd promised. Lady Stoneheart wanted it done as law, so we'll do the law a courtesy first. He looked up at Vhaler settling onto the sodden field, steam rising off the black scales, and at Greyflame coming down slow behind, and the small folk drew back from the heat and did not run. Send a man to the twins under a white banner. Tell old Walder Frey that Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, son of Lyanna Stark, has come to the Riverlands to answer the Red Wedding, and that he may open his gates and submit his house to a king's justice, a trial, account, the guilty hanged and the innocent spared, or he may close them and learn what Gestrite is owed a man who breaks it. He turned. Give him till dawn. Walder Frey has spent 90 years being the cleverest coward in the realm. Let's learn whether he's clever enough to fear the right thing, just this once, at the very end. The man rode for the twins under his white banner. The dragons folded their wings on the field of the crossroads in the rain. 10,000 Northmen, and a brotherhood that had taken a banner, and an old knight who had not yet decided to kneel, all waited in the wet for an old coward's answer. And above the murderer's bridge the lights of the twins began, one by one, to wake. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The Gates of the Moon. Walder Frey did not open his gates, because a man who has been a coward for 90 years does not learn courage at the end. He learns only a more frightened kind of cunning, and the cunning told him that walls had saved him before and might save him again. Walls had never met Greyflame. Jon gave the order at dawn, as he had promised the dead woman at the crossroads, and he gave it as law, which meant he gave it slow. He did not burn the twins. He took them apart. Greyflame went at the eastern tower like a man taking out a rotten tooth, working the base of it, the slow clinging fire eating the mortar from the old stone, until the whole murderer's gatehouse leaned and groaned and slid down into the green fork in a fall of rubble and a great brown plume of river mud. And the men who had held the bridge against the north found themselves holding open air. The western castle yielded before noon. They always yield once they have watched the other half of the family die, the Blackfish observed, riding at Jon's side through the broken gate, and there was no warmth in it, only the flat satisfaction of an old soldier watching a debt clear. They held the trial in the great hall where the red wedding had been sung, and Jon made it a true trial, with a count and witnesses, and the names of the murdered read aloud from a list the Brotherhood had kept 3 years. Walder Frey was wheeled in last, a withered weasel of a man past 90, and he looked at the dragon prince on the dais where he had so lately laughed over Robb Stark's corpse, and he tried his last weapon, which was words. "Guessed right," he croaked. "You'll prate to me of guessed right, you, with 3 monsters. Your own forebears broke every law in the book and called it conquest. Aegon the dragon roasted 2 kings at once on the field of fire, and the singers gave him a pretty name for it. I killed a boy who'd marched an army through my lands and broke an oath to do it, that's all. The same crime your whole house was built on. You've come to hang me for being too small to have a song written about it." "You're not wrong," Jon said, and the hall went still, because no one had expected agreement. Aegon the Conqueror was a murderer with a prettier weapon, and history called it the founding of a dynasty, and that's the oldest swindle there is. The man with the bigger fire writes the law and calls his crimes the law's beginning. He came down off the dais. "I could let you live on that argument, Lord Walder. It's a good one, but here is the trouble with it. You didn't break Guestright for a crown, or the realm, or anything a man might weigh on a scale. You broke the one law the gods themselves keep, the law that lets a traveler sleep under a stranger's roof and live, that lets a whole frightened realm trust a bowl of bread and salt, and you broke it for Lannister coin and a marriage you could have had by asking. You made every guest in Westeros a little less safe so that you could be a little more comfortable. Conquest at least believes in something. You believed in nothing, and you taught the realm to believe in nothing, and a realm that cannot trust bread and salt is a realm of animals." He nodded to the headsman. "So I won't hang you on the law of kings, which you are right to sneer at. I'll hang you on the law of guests, which is older than kings, and which even a dragon has to keep, because the day I don't is the day I become the very swindle you've just described. Take his head. Read the names again while you do it, so the last thing he hears is the count." They read the names. There were a great many of them. Walder Frey did not hear the end of the list. Edmure Tully was found in the dungeons, half-starved and wholly broken, and the Blackfish wept over his nephew without shame and then was furious at himself for it. That night in the wreck of the hall, the old knight came to Jon and knelt, the heavy, slow kneel of a man who has weighed everything. "You did it as law," he said. "You could have burned the lot and the small folk would have cheered and I'd half have cheered with them. You took the harder road, the slow one with a count in it. I've followed 3 kings and a boy I taught to ride, and every one of them chose the fire when the law got inconvenient. You chose the count. The riverlands are yours, Egon, not lent, yours. And an old man soared with them, for whatever years are left in it. They held a war council in the captured hall the next night, and Jon learned that an alliance is loudest the moment after it stops being in danger, because men who have just survived together immediately begin to argue about where to go and die next. He had gathered the heads of everything he'd won in a winter. The wall for the mountain clans, vast and bearded, suspicious of every wall south of the neck. Wyman Manderley's marshal for White Harbor's ships and grain. Beric Dindarian for the Brotherhood and the small folks' eyes. The Blackfish for the Riverlands. Ed Tollett, who had no lands and no men but a gift for saying the thing nobody wanted said. A map of the realm lay between them, scratched on a tabletop, the south of it dark. We've the whole of Westeros north of the Trident, the Blackfish said, blunt, planting a knife in the map. And 3 dragons. The boys want to fly south tomorrow and put you on the chair by harvest. The boys are fools. Tell them why, dragon, so it's not just an old man croaking caution. Because everything north of the Trident is gutted, Jon said, and everything south of it isn't. He set 3 stones on the map on the south. The Lannisters hold King's Landing, the Crownlands, the gold of Casterly Rock, and the only mind in this war I'm actually afraid of, which is Tywin Lannister, who has never once in 50 years lost a war he chose to fight. The Tyrells hold the Reach, which is half the food and half the men in the realm, and they're bound to the Lions by a marriage, the girl Margaery wed to the boy king. Together that's 100,000 men, fed, paid, and waiting behind walls. We've maybe 30,000 hungry, strung out across 1,000 miles of ruin, with a winter at our backs and the dragons still half-grown. He let the stones sit. 3 dragons can win a battle. They can't hold a kingdom. The moment I fly south, Tywin stops being a problem I can see and becomes a problem doing arithmetic in a tower, and Tywin's arithmetic killed my brother without his ever drawing a sword. So we don't fly at him. We make him come to us on ground we choose after we've taken away the things he counts on. And what's he count on? The wall rumbled. Besides 100,000 men and all the gold in the world. Food. Walls. And the certainty that a dragon will burn cities, because a dragon always has. Jon moved a stone. Tywin's whole defense is that I can't take King's Landing without burning 500,000 small folk, and that if I do, the realm hates me forever, and he wins by losing. He's counting on me to be my grandfather. So the war isn't won in the south. It's won by taking the Reach's food and the Reach's loyalty out from under him before the fight, by finding the one great house with more cause to hate the Lions than to fear me, and by reaching King's Landing with so much of the realm already behind me that I never have to choose between the throne and the city. He looked around the rough faces in the firelight. Which means before we march, we go to the one corner of Westeros that's been waiting 17 years to see Rhaegar's blood come home with fire. We go to Dorne, but the Vale comes first because Dorne won't gamble on a man who can't win, and the Knights of the Vale are the only unbloodied army left in the world, and a man arrives in Dorne very differently with 8,000 fresh lances at his back than without them. The Vale won't burn, Beric said, up a mountain behind 3 castles, and Littlefinger holds it and Littlefinger sells men for sport. The Vale won't burn, Jon agreed. So I won't burn it, I'll do the harder thing. I'll go and win it with words, in a hall in daylight, the one ground Tywin's never bothered to learn, because he's always had enough fire that he didn't need to. He rolled up the scratched map. Get the host fed and the dragons fed and the small folk planting behind us, because an army that starves a country it's marched through has already lost the only war that matters. I'll take 20 men to the Vale. If I'm not back in a fortnight, the Blackfish has the host, and you fly south without me and put a wolf on the chair instead of a dragon. Sansa Stark would make a better ruler than me on her worst day. I'd half prefer it. The Vale of Erin was a bowl of green ringed by the tallest mountains in Westeros, with one road in, and that road climbed through 3 castles stacked one above the next, until at the top sat the Eyrie, a white splinter of a keep no army had ever climbed and won. A dragon could fly over the mountains. A dragon could not hold a valley full of 10,000 of the finest heavy horse in the realm, knights who had sat out the whole war fat and unblooded, while the kingdoms gutted each other, the one great army left with its strength entire. JON did not want to burn the Vale. He wanted those knights. You do not win an army of proud men by frightening them. You win them by making them want to follow you. And the man between JON and that wanting was the most dangerous person in the 7 kingdoms, and he did not command a single soldier. Petyr Baelish, called Littlefinger, Lord Protector of the Vale, ruled through a sickly boy lord and a dead woman's memory, and a genius for being the only person in any room who knew where all the knives were. The most dangerous men, Aemon had told him once, are not the ones with armies. Armies you can see. The dangerous ones have only a smile and a ledger of everyone's secrets, and they sell each man to the next, until the whole realm is a debt owed to someone who never drew a sword. So JON did not fly to the Eyrie and demand the Vale. He sent a raven to the gates of the moon requesting parley signed Aegon Targaryen, and he came down with the dragons left a day's flight back in the Riverlands, on the theory that a man who comes to Littlefinger holding fire has only told Littlefinger which lever to pull. He came holding something better. He came holding a sister, and did not yet know it. He had not known, marching on the Vale, that Sansa was there. Littlefinger had hidden Catelyn Stark's eldest daughter in plain sight as his own bastard, Elaine Stone, dark-haired and demure, and had spent a year teaching her the only craft he knew, the selling of secrets, perhaps meaning to wed her, perhaps to play her, certainly to use her. A girl came out to the parley in Littlefinger's train with her hair dyed and her eyes down, and she lifted those eyes once, across the yard, to the dark northern man with her father's long face, and JON, who had grown up beside her and been held at arm's length his whole childhood, knew his half-sister in a glance and gave no sign because she had given none, and a winter at war had taught him to read the smallest flag a frightened ally could fly. She found him that night alone, through a passage no one watched. "You'll want to be careful," she said before any greeting, "of how glad you look to see me. He reads gladness. He reads everything. He's already deciding whether you're a tool or a threat, and the only safe thing to be with Petyr is a tool he believes he's holding by the right end." She was thinner than the girl he remembered, and harder, and her courtesies had become an armor she could fight in. "Hello, JON, or is it Aegon now? The whole castle's whispering it. He's whispering it loudest, which means he's already worked out how to sell it. Sansa." He had not said her name in 3 years. They had never been close, the true-born daughter and the bastard, but the war had burned away a great deal of what they hadn't been, and what was left in the cold passage was older than fondness. It was kinship, which is a thing you do not choose. They said you were a kingslayer, that you murdered Joffrey and ran to the Vale and vanished. I didn't believe the murder, I believed the vanishing. I didn't kill Joffrey. Petyr did, and let the realm blame me and then collected me like a debt while I ran. Her mouth thinned. I've spent a year being Elaine Stone and learning his trade, and here is the first thing I learned. Write it on your hand before you sit across a table from him. He has no army. He has no fire. He has 100 men's secrets and a genius for arriving after the battle to claim the field, and the only way to beat a man like that is to make the lords watch him do the thing he does, in the open, in daylight, with their own eyes, because his whole power is that no one ever sees him do it. He survives in the dark, so you put him in the light. She studied her half-brother's face, the new hardness in it, the violet creeping into the stark gray. "You used to look like you were apologizing for taking up room. You don't anymore. I burned a man's family at a crossroads 3 days ago and called it justice. I've changed." He let her see that he meant it. "I need the Knights of the Vale, Sansa. The whole realm's gutted itself except this one valley. Littlefinger holds those knights through your cousin. I can't burn them out, and I wouldn't if I could. I need them whole, so I need the Vale to give itself to me, and it won't while he's in the way. Help me put him in the light." Sansa was quiet a moment, and in that quiet a year of one man's lessons turned at last against the man who had taught them. "He killed our aunt," she said softly. "Pushed Lysa Arryn through the moon door and called it suicide, with me the only witness, and made me lie for him, and held the lie over me like a knife ever since. The Lords Declarant know he's a climber and a thief, and they hate him. Bronze JON Royce most of all, but they've only their noses, and a lord won't move on a nose. They need a witness who was in the room." She lifted her chin, and it was Catelyn's chin, and Lyanna's, the same stubborn line running down through all of them. "I've been afraid to be that witness for a year, because the moment I speak I'm a Stark again instead of a bastard nobody, and a Stark is a thing the Lannisters hang. But you've got dragons now, brother. A Stark with dragons at her back can afford to stop being afraid. Give me the dragons and I'll give you the Vale. I'll put Petyr Baelish in the light myself, in front of every lord in the valley, and let them watch his face when he realizes the girl he made was paying attention." They did it 3 days later in the great hall of the Gates of the Moon, before the assembled Lords Declarant of the Vale, and it went as clever things go, which is quietly, and then all at once. Jon had asked for the gathering on the pretext of a formal parley, an offer of alliance from the new power in the Riverlands to the Lords of the Vale, and Littlefinger had allowed it, even encouraged it, because Littlefinger had already decided how to profit from it, and a man who has decided how to profit from a meeting always lets the meeting happen. He stood at young Robert Arryn's shoulder, the sickly boy lord twitching in the high seat, and watched the Dragon Prince make his courteous offer to a hall of stone-faced knights, and his face wore the private amusement of a man who knows he holds the only sharp thing in the room. "A generous offer," Littlefinger said, when Jon had finished. "Ale is honored, but the Vale is also cautious, your grace, as a maiden should be cautious of a charming suitor with 3 dragons. Lord Robert is a child. His lords are the guardians of his choices, and a wise guardian asks, what does the Vale gain by trading its mountains, which have kept it safe through every war in living memory, for a seat in someone else's? We have watched the realm burn from up here, and we are minded to keep watching. There is no shame in being the valley that survived. It was well done." Jon could feel the lords leaning toward it, the safe sense of it, the long habit of staying out. He let the silence sit, because he and Sansa had agreed the move was hers, and a man who steals another's moment loses the alliance it was meant to buy. "My Lord of Baelish speaks of caution," said a girl's voice from the side of the hall, and Elaine Stone stepped into the center of the floor, and as she walked she pulled the dark dye-stained pins from her hair and shook it out, and under a year of disguise it ran red, Tully red, river red, and the hall made a sound. "He speaks of guardians and children, and choices made for them. I would ask the lords to hear a witness on the subject of how Lord Baelish guards children and makes their choices." She turned to the dais, and the demure had gone out of her entirely. "I am Sansa Stark, daughter of Eddard, and Lord Baelish has hidden me a year as his bastard. Ask him why. Ask him how my Aunt Lysa truly died, the Lady of the Eyrie, mother to your liege lord, who fell through the moon door with no witness but a steward's bastard girl. There was a witness. I am the witness. I stood in that room, and I have been too afraid to speak for a year, because a Stark is a thing that gets hanged, and I have grown very tired of being afraid." The hall came apart, and Bronze JON Royce was on his feet, the great old lord of Runestone who had distrusted Littlefinger from the first hour, roaring for quiet and getting it. In the high seat the sickly boy Lord Robert Arryn, who had loved his mother with the whole of his small broken heart, turned his trembling head toward the man at his shoulder and asked, in a child's thin voice, the most dangerous question Littlefinger had ever been put. "Petter, did you make my mother fly?" And Petter Baelish, master of secrets who had spent 30 years in the dark, found himself in the light before every lord in the Vale, with a witness on the floor and a child's question in the air, and 3 dragons a day's flight away and no army of his own. For the first and last time in his life he had no clever thing to say, because there was no clever thing left, and the half-second of nothing on his face was the only confession the Lord's declarant required, men who moved on a nose having at last been handed a face to read. "He killed your mother," Sansa said, gently, to her small cousin, because she had decided the cruelty would be in dragging it out, and he meant to use you and sell you the way he has sold everyone. He sold my father to the Lannisters. He sold the whole realm into this war, lit it himself for the profit of the smoke. Bronze JON knew it in his bones. I knew it with my eyes. Now you all know it together in the light, which is the only place his kind ever loses." She looked at Littlefinger, and there was no triumph in her face, only the cold, finishing calm of a student who has surpassed the master. "You taught me everyone is a tool you hold by the right end, Petter. You held me a year. You taught me to pay attention. You should have been more careful what you sharpened." They took him then on Bronze JON's roared command, and Littlefinger did not run because there was nowhere in a mountain valley to run, and his last gambit, a soft offer to JON in the held breath before the guards reached him, the whisper of "Let me serve you, your grace, I have given crowns before, I can give you the Iron Throne," died half-spoken when JON spoke over it. "That's the trouble. You have given crowns before. You give them and then you own the man who wears them because he knows you can give them away again. I've seen the leash you offer. It looks like a gift right up until it's around the throat." He nodded to Bronze JON. "He killed the Lady of the Eyrie, the liege lord's mother, in his own house. That makes it the Vale's justice, not mine. I'll not take it from you, my lords. A man should hang where he did his murders, judged by the people he wronged. It's the only law I trust." They gave Petter Baelish the moon door, in the end, the same door he had given Lysa Arryn, and Bronze JON Royce read the charge, and young Robert Arryn, who had stopped trembling for the first time in a year, said the words his mother had taught him to say to men who frightened her: "Make him fly." And they made him fly, and the most dangerous man in the 7 kingdoms went out the white door into the long blue air with nothing clever to say at all. The Vale gave itself to JON the next morning, not at Dragon Point but in the old way, lord by lord, each man coming forward to lay his sword across his palms, and Bronze JON Royce came first. "You could have flown over our mountains and burned us till we knelt," Royce said. "Half the lords expected it. Instead you sent a raven and let a girl do in daylight what 100 dragons couldn't have done at all, which is make us choose you with our eyes open." He laid down his sword. "The Vale has sat out this whole war telling itself that survival was the same as wisdom. We were wrong. There's no survival at the bottom of these mountains worth the shame of having watched the realm burn from a safe window. The Knights of the Vale are yours, Aegon Targaryen. 8,000 lances that have never been beaten because they've never been blooded, and gods know it's past time they were." The lords of the Vale came forward one by one after Royce, and JON learned their measure in the manner of their kneeling, because a man tells you everything about himself in how he gives up his sword. The Waynwoods knelt plainly, the hunters with a speech, the Corbreys with their famous Valyrian blade laid across both palms and a hard, bright look that said the loyalty was real and the patience was not. Young Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, did not kneel because a liege lord kneels to no one, but he came down off his high seat on his own unsteady legs, which Bronze JON said afterward the child had not done in a year, and he put his small, cold hand into JON's and asked, with the directness of a boy who had been frightened too long, whether the dragons would protect the veil now. All of it. Even the people in it who were not brave. Jon went down on one knee to be level with him and told him the truth, which was that the dragons would protect the realm, and that the veil was part of the realm, and that being brave was not a thing a lord had to do, only a thing he had to ask of braver men and then be worthy of. And the child considered this with great seriousness, and pronounced it acceptable. It was a small moment in a hall full of large ones, and Jon would remember it longer than the pledges, because the 8,000 lances were a weapon, and the child's hand was a reason. And he had learned by then that a man who collects the weapons and forgets the reasons ends up exactly where his grandfather had ended, on a chair of swords with a realm of strangers and a torch in his hand. Jon found Sansa that evening on the wall of the Gates of the Moon looking south, her red hair loose now in her own, a stark in the open for the first time in 3 years. "You'll go south," she said. It was not a question. North, Riverlands, Vale, everything between the wall and the Trident, 3 dragons, and you're going to take it all the way to the chair. I can see it on you. I have to. There's no halfway with a thing like this. You stop in the middle of taking a throne and you've only built a bigger target for the man holding the rest of it. He looked at the half-sister who had never been close and was, suddenly, the nearest living Stark he had. "Come no farther than Winterfell with me. The North needs a Stark in it, a true one, true-born, and I'm a dragon now. The North loves me, but it'll love a wolf in the old hall more. Hold the North for me, Sansa. Be the wolf while I go south and be the dragon. I'll light every fire down there easier knowing there's a Stark in the North reminding the realm what the family was for." Sansa looked at him a long moment, the wind off the mountains in her hair. "Mother never loved you," she said quietly. "I'll say it plain, because everyone else is pretending it away now that you've got dragons, and you deserve one person who won't pretend. She never loved you, and I learned it from her when we were small, the not loving. And you're standing here offering me Winterfell, the thing I dreamed about every night I was Cersei's hostage and Pedder's prisoner, offering it without my asking, as though the not loving never happened." Her composure held, but something under it moved. "I'll hold the North for you. I'll be the wolf, and I'll spend the rest of my life trying to deserve being offered a home by the brother my mother taught me to look past. Go and be the dragon, Aegon. I'll keep the wolf's home warm." Just come back from the south, still able to remember why you wanted it. Below them in the yard, the Knights of the Vale were arming for the long road, 8,000 fresh lances flowing toward the bloody gate, and a day's flight north 3 dragons turned in the cold sky and began to come south at last. Jon Snow stood on the wall with his sister and looked at the realm he had gathered in a single winter, north and river and mountain, and understood that the easy half was finished, and the half with the lions in it had only begun. Chapter 5. In Chapter 6. The Lion's Arithmetic. Tywin Lannister received the news that there were dragons in the world, the way another man might receive the hour from a clock, without moving his face, and then he sat alone in the Tower of the Hand for the better part of a night and rewrote a war. The Raven had come from the Riverlands, from a Lannister captain who had survived the rout at Riverrun and reported, in a hand that shook so badly the Maester had needed to recopy it, that the siege had been lifted by 3 fire-breathing monsters flown by a dead Stark bastard who called himself Aegon Targaryen and claimed the Iron Throne. Lesser men on the small council had laughed at the first ravens. Months gone, the lights in the north, the burned Ironborn, the peasant tales out of the Wolfswood. Tywin had not laughed. Tywin had sent men to count, 3 of them, careful men, and not one had come back, which was its own count. Now the river was lost, and the north with it, and the Vale after, and there was a thing loose in the realm that the 7 kingdoms had spent 300 years assuming was safely extinct. He had the small council assembled by morning, and he opened it the way a butcher opens a carcass, by finding the joints. "There are 3 of them," Tywin said. Half grown, the reports agree, but growing, and they grow faster the more they are flown and fed. The pretender holds the north, the riverlands, and as of a fortnight past the Vale and its knights, which were the last fresh army in the realm and are now his. I will hear no man at this table call them peasant tales, and I will hear no man tell me the gods will provide. The gods have provided 3 dragons to a boy who is, by every law of the 7, the true-born heir to the chair my grandson sits. That is the situation. We will not discuss whether it is true. We will discuss how it is to be survived, which is a separate question, and the only one that pays. Grand Meister Pycelle stirred his beard and his caution together. Your Grace, my lords, the citadel has long held that dragons cannot truly have returned, that the art of it died with. The citadel held that, Tywin said, and the citadel was wrong, and you may write to the citadel and tell them I said so. Next man. Lord Tyrell, you command the largest host in the realm. Say something useful or pass the cup. Mace Tyrell, who had been swelling toward speech, deflated and reinflated in the same moment. The reach will hold, Lord Hand. Highgarden has never fallen. We have 70,000 men, the red wine fleet, the granaries of the Mander. Let the boy come south and break himself on the walls of King's Landing, and the reach will fall on his rear like the wrath of the maiden herself. And you will do as you are told and be grateful the telling is clever. Tywin said, not unkindly, which from him was a kind of mercy, because the last man who marched his host into the open against a dragon was named Mern Gardener, and he was your ancestor, and he is remembered as a smear of ash on a field the singers named for fire. Your 70,000 are a granary and a garrison, my lord, not a sword. We will use them as such. He turned the great hand's pin in his fingers slow, and the room leaned to him, which was a thing he had cultivated across 50 years, the leaning in. Now attend, all of you, because I will say the heart of it once. You do not beat a dragon by meeting it. Every fool in 300 years of histories proves the point. Harren the Black met a dragon behind the strongest walls ever raised, and Harrenhal is a melted ruin to this day. The field of fire, the burning of the 2 kings, Meereen, the Dornish wars. In every instance the man who fought the dragon lost, and the man who fought the dragon rider won. A dragon is a weapon. A weapon has a hand on it, and a hand has a mind behind it, and that mind has a city it dares not burn, allies it cannot afford to lose, and a reputation it is terrified of becoming. We do not fight his dragons. We fight his alliance, his supply, his conscience, and his name. He's a bastard, Cersei said. She sat at her father's right, gold and brittle, the queen mother, and the brittleness in her had been spreading all season, a fine crack working through good crystal. A northern bastard with a wet nurse's tale and a forger's letter. We name him Pretender, we name him Abomination. We put it in every sept in the realm, and the small folk will burn him for us. The small folk burned the last dragon's memory readily enough. Tywin agreed, because there were no dragons left to disagree. A boy with 3 of them at his back does not require love. He requires fear, and he will have it, and your septon sermons will sound very thin from inside a city that has already watched the Blackwater catch fire once. He did not raise his voice. He never raised his voice. Naming him a bastard is a comfort, not a strategy. He carries Aemon Targaryen's seal and Howland Reed's word. 2 witnesses no Meister will gainsay, and legitimacy has only ever been the story the winner tells afterward. We will not win the argument. We will win the war and write the argument as we please. Now, Kevin asks the question the rest of you are too proud to. How does one beat a dragon in practice with crossbows and gold and a hollow treasury? I will show you. Bring in the chainless man. Qyburn came in carrying a drawing, which was the only way the pale man ever entered a room, with a thing in his hands no one had asked to see. He had been stripped of his Meister's chain by the citadel for crimes the citadel would not name aloud, and Cersei had given him the place no one else would, and he had repaid her with the work no one else would do. He laid the drawing on the council table without leave, a great mechanism of torsion and iron, a crossbow grown monstrous. A scorpion, Mace Tyrell said. We have scorpions, they kill men. They kill men, Qyburn agreed, mild as milk, which was the most disquieting thing about him. This kills the thing that kills men. I have been reading in the restricted archives, my lords, and there is a great deal there about the death of dragons, more than the Citadel cares for the world to know, because the Citadel had its gray hands in the dying. Dragons are not invulnerable. They never were. The Dornish brought one down with scorpions over their deserts. Meraxes died to a single bolt through the eye over Hellholt and took a queen with her into the fall. The last of them withered and shrank in the dragon pit and went out like candles. They can be hurt, my lords. They can be killed. What they cannot be is ignored, and so we will not ignore them. We will make the sky over this city a place a dragon bleeds to cross. He tapped the iron drawing. One bolt will not fell a grown dragon. 100 of these, sighted on every wall and tower and the 7 hills besides, throwing iron the length of a lance, will turn the air above King's Landing into a thicket of spears. And a dragon that takes a bolt in the wing membrane climbs out of range. And a dragon climbed out of range cannot dive on a wall. And a dragon that cannot dive on a wall is a very expensive bird. I can build them. I will need the foundries, the gold, and your leave to make the city bristle. Build them, Tywin said. Cover the walls. I want a sky over this city that costs him a dragon to enter. They tested the first scorpion 3 days later, on the seaward wall above the mud gate, with the hand and half the council watching from the parapet, because Tywin Lannister believed a weapon you had not seen loosed was a weapon you did not own. Qyburn's men cranked the torsion arms back with a windlass and a sound like a ship's cable taking strain, and laid in a bolt as long as a tall man and barbed in black iron, and loosed it at an old fishing hulk anchored out in the bay for a target. The bolt crossed 400 yards of empty air faster than the eye could honor and went through the hulk's mast, and most of its hull and out the far side. And the splash it raised on the seaward side stood for a moment like a white tree before it fell. Word of the iron hedges went through King's Landing faster than any sermon. By the week's end, the small folk gathered each evening below the mud gate to watch Qyburn's crews haul the great crossbows up onto the walls by block and tackle, and to argue, the way frightened people argue, over whether a bolt could truly bring down a thing the size of a galley, and whether the dragons would come by river or by the Kingswood, and whether a man was safer in the city or out of it. Tywin let them watch. A weapon the enemy's spies could count was a weapon that frightened the enemy before it was ever loosed, and a city that watched its own walls grow teeth was a city that might, for a season, mistake dread for courage, which was all he required of it. He ordered the scorpions sighted not only on the seaward wall but on the hill of Rhenes, where the burned shell of the dragon pit stood, because a dragon, Qyburn observed, would feel the pull of the place its kind had died, and a weapon is best placed where the enemy's own blood will carry him. Tywin agreed and added a second battery on the hill of Egon above the Red Keep, and by the time the moon had turned the city bristled from 7 hills, and the gulls had learned to fear the loosing yards, and the men on the walls had begun, against all sense, to hope. Range, Tywin said. Half again a longbow's, my lord, Qyburn said, and I am improving it. The dragon must come within this to burn a wall. Within this, it bleeds. The arithmetic is not complicated. We make the city a hedgehog, and the wolf may bite a hedgehog as often as he likes. Jaime Lannister, standing the watch he had not been assigned, looked at the bolt splash settling in the bay and thought about what such a thing would do to a man, and then about what 100 of them might do to a creature the size of a galley, and found that the thought gave him no comfort at all, because he had heard the next part of Qyburn's reading coming the way you hear weather. The pale man was building towards something. He always was. Tywin dismissed the council and kept Qyburn, and Kevin, who could be trusted, and asked the question he had been saving. "The scorpions are the weapon you came to sell," he said. "Now tell me the one you came to mention, the thing you have not put on the table because you are waiting to be asked. Speak it, and speak it plainly, and understand that I have watched cleverer men than you try to be interesting in this room and leave it shorter by a head." Qyburn inclined his head, granting the point. "Beneath this city, my lord, the Guild of Alchemists keeps the legacy of the late King Ares. Caches of wildfire, a great many, placed in the final madness of his reign beneath the sept, the dragon pit, the gates, the holdfasts, the very streets. The guild that placed them is mostly dead. The substance is not. It grows more eager with age, in truth not less. By my reckoning of the old guild ledgers, there is enough of it under King's Landing to burn the city to the waterline and set the Blackwater itself alight. He let the still air hold it. A dragon breathes fire. Wildfire answers fire. Should the pretender bring his dragons low over the streets, and the caches be primed, the city becomes a weapon that cannot miss, for it is already beneath every place the dragon would need to be. It would be the largest fire since the doom of Valyria. It would unmake him, his dragons, his army, and some 500,000 of his grace's subjects, and the survivors would tell the tale 1,000 years, of the night the dragon pretender burned King's Landing, while your house fought him to the last stone. I offer it only as an inventory. The decision is far above me." The Tower of the Hand was very quiet. Below it the city went about its 500,000 small lives, and did not know it was sitting on a lake of green fire that a chainless man had just offered to light. "You will prime nothing," Tywin said, "without my word written in my own hand. You will speak of those caches to no one, and if I learn my daughter has heard of them from your mouth, I will give you to the faith myself and let them name your crimes after all." He did not move his face, but Kevin, who had known his brother 50 years, saw the thing pass behind it, which was not squeamishness. Tywin had burned the rains alive in their wet minds and slept the sleep of the just, but a calculation of a colder order. Wildfire under a city is a weapon a man uses exactly once, and in the using, he announces to every kingdom in the world that the Lannisters will burn 500,000 of their own people to keep a chair. The man who does that wins the war and loses the realm forever, because no lord anywhere will ever again believe his children are safe within my walls. It is the pretender's own trap turned upon us. He balks at burning the city, and is right to. So would any sane man. He pushed the scorpion, drawing back across the table. The difference between Tywin Lannister and Aerys Targaryen is that I know the difference between a weapon and a way of losing slowly. The wildfire is the second thing wearing the mask of the first. Inventory the caches, seal them, post men I trust to die upon the doors. We keep it as the knife in the drawer, the thing the other man must always wonder if we will reach for. We do not reach. Now get out. You make the ink curdle, and I have a war to win with iron and patience, like a civilized man. The boy king was feeding his cats when his queen found him, and Margaery Tyrell stood a moment in the doorway and watched her child husband before she let him see her, because a woman who means to rule through a boy must first understand the boy entirely. Tommen Baratheon was 8, gentle, frightened of his mother and adoring of his wife. And he had 3 kittens that the queen had given him, because she had understood before anyone that the fastest road to a lonely child's loyalty runs through a creature that loves him without wanting anything. He looked up at her with the whole of his small, open face. "There's a dragon coming," he said. It was not a question. The whole castle whispered it. Even an 8-year-old king caught the draft of it through the keyholes. Grandfather says I'm not to be afraid, because being afraid is a thing that helps the enemy. but Sir Pounce is afraid of thunder and he can't help it, and I don't think I can help it either. Margery came and knelt by him among the cats, gold and lovely and entirely in command of her face. "Your grandfather is right that fear helps the enemy," she said gently, "and Sir Pounce is right that it can't always be helped. Both true at once. That is the first thing to learn about being a king, sweetling. Two true things can pull against each other, and your whole life is choosing which to act on while feeling the other." She straightened his collar, a small intimacy, the kind that builds a throne. "Here is what we will do. We will not be afraid in front of the people because the people need a king who is brave, and a king who acts brave long enough mostly becomes it. And when we are alone, you may be as afraid as Sir Pounce, and I will be afraid with you, and no one will ever know but us. Will that serve?" The boy king nodded and put a kitten in her lap, which was the only treaty he knew how to offer, and Margery accepted it and stroked the small, warm thing and thought about her grandmother's words, that the Tyrrells were bound to the lions at the neck and not the ankle, and that a clever woman keeps two roads open until the last possible hour. She loved this child. That had surprised her, the love. She had married him for a crown and stayed for the boy. And she would, she knew, with the cold, clear part of her that her grandmother had trained, sell every Lannister in this castle to a dragon to keep this one child off the fire, and do it smiling and sleep. The two truths pulled against each other, exactly as she had told him, and she sat among the kittens choosing, hour by hour, which one to act on, and feeling the other the whole time. The Queen of Thorns came to Tywin that evening to say in private the thing the whole realm was thinking, because Olenna Redwine had buried a husband and a son's worth of caution, and had no time left to waste on indirection. "My granddaughter is wed to your grandson," she said, sitting without invitation because she was 80 and did as she pleased, "which binds our houses together at the edge of a cliff. And I have come to discuss frankly whether we jump holding hands or whether one of us lets go. You have lost the North, the Trident, and the Vale to a boy on a dragon. The Reach is the only reason you are not finished tonight. Half the food in Westeros grows in my fields and half the swords answer my fat son. The day I decide a dragon prince with the better claim, and the bigger weapon is the safer wager, you are a lion in a cage with the door standing open. So persuade me to keep jumping. I have grown fond of solid ground in my old age." "You will keep jumping with me," Tywin said, "because the Pretender is a Stark before he is a Targaryen, and Starks do not forget, and your house spent this entire war propping up the boy who took Eddard Stark's head and starved his daughters. You hosted the wedding where the Wolf King came to make peace and was murdered instead. The small folk know whose roses decorated whose hall. Aegon Targaryen may forgive a great many houses to win his throne. He will not forgive the one that fed and flowered the family that killed his uncle and humbled his cousins, and you know it, which is why you came to bluster about solid ground instead of simply selling me to him, which you would have done already if you believed he would buy." He let the old woman sit with it. "We are not bound at the ankle, my lady. We are bound at the neck. The wolf dragon hangs us together or not at all. Give me the Reach's grain and the Reach's swords, and I will give you the only thing that keeps a Tyrell breathing in the world that is coming, which is a Lannister victory." The Queen of Thorns regarded him a long moment with her small, bright eyes. "You always were the only one of them worth the conversation," she said at last, sourly. "Very well. The Reach jumps, but hear me, lion. My granddaughter does not burn for your grandson. If the day comes that this war is plainly lost, I will sell every one of you to the dragon to keep one Tyrell girl off his fire, and I will do it with a smile, and I will sleep like a babe. You would respect nothing less, and you know it, which is why you have not bothered to pretend otherwise. Now, tell me about these scorpions. Tell me true. I am too old to die for a weapon that does not work." Jaime Lannister had heard the word wildfire through the council door, and it sat in his gold-handed gut like a swallowed stone, because he had killed a king to stop that same green fire from eating that same city, and had been called Kingslayer for 30 years for it. Cersei found him on the Serpentine steps after in the dark, with wine in her and the crack in her crystal running a little wider for it. "Father won't use it," she said. "He's gone careful, which in an old man is the same as soft. 3 dragons coming for our son, and he wants to win with crossbows and sermons and Tyrell grain. Father's right." Jaime kept his voice low. The whole castle had ears. "You weren't there, Cersei. I was. I have smelled what that fire does, watched it cook a knight inside his own armor while he screamed, and the steel glowed, and there was nothing under it left to bury. There were caches under the Sept of Baelor and the stables and the streets where children play, and Ares meant to light them rather than lose, and I put my sword through his back for it, and I have spent my life hated for the one decent thing I ever did." He looked at his sister, the mother of his children, the woman he had loved past all sense, and felt a coldness move in him to answer the coldness in her. "Promise me you'll never reach for it, whatever Father decides. Promise me you won't become the thing I killed a king to stop." Cersei looked at him with her bright cracked eyes, and she did not promise, and the silence was the loudest thing said on those dark steps. "There's no clean way to beat a man with 3 dragons and the better claim," she said instead, which was not an answer and was the truest thing she knew. "You all believe there is. Father with his arithmetic, you with your conscience, the Tyrell crone with her solid ground. I am the only one in this castle who understands the simple thing. The city is the one possession he wants whole and we can make worthless. When the rest of you have spent your cleverness and lost, the city will still be here, full of fire, and I will still be the mother of the king." She set her cup on the windowsill gently. "Guard your door, brother. It's the thing you're good at, guarding the people who do what must be done while you keep your hands clean and your conscience polished. I'm going to bed. Dream of your decent murder. I'll dream of keeping my son alive, since no one else in this family seems willing to do the necessary thing to manage it." She left him there with his gold hand and his swallowed stone, and below them the city slept on its lake of green fire, and Jaime Lannister stood his unassigned watch until dawn and did not sleep, because under everything his father had said and everything his sister had not, he had heard the first low note of a song he had heard once before, 30 years gone, with a different king, and had hoped never to hear again. The envoy to Dorne left on the morning tide, the fastest galley in the royal fleet, carrying Tywin Lannister's seal, and an offer as cold and clever as the man who sealed it. He knew what the Pretender knew, that Dorne had loved Rhaegar, that Dorne had never forgiven the murder of Elia Martell and her babes in the sack, that a Targaryen with Rhaegar's face and fire would land in the Spear of the South like rain on a parched land. So Tywin moved first, as he always moved first, and his letter to Doran Martell did not offer friendship, which Doran would never believe from a Lannister, but the one thing Doran might believe, which was a shared and patient enemy. The letter was brief, and its cruelty was that every word of it was true. It observed that the Pretender Aegon was the son of Rhaegar by Lyanna Stark, no kin at all to Elia's murdered children, but rather the living son of the very woman for whom Rhaegar had set Elia aside and shamed her before the whole realm at Harrenhal. It observed that Elia's own son, the first Aegon, had died in the sack, his head dashed against a wall, and that this new Aegon wore that dead child's stolen name. It suggested, without ever quite saying, that a Dornishman who truly loved Elia Martell might find it bitter to kneel to the living proof of her humiliation, and it offered Dorne the only thing Tywin had to give, which was time. "Sit in your water gardens, Prince Doran. Let the dragon and the lion bleed one another white, and whoever crawls out will need Dorn too badly to refuse you anything. Patience was ever Dorn's weapon. Be patient now and inherit the wreckage. It was, Tywin reflected, sealing it, a very good letter because the truest poisons need no lie. He did not know whether it would hold Dorn. He knew only that the Pretender was certainly flying south to Sunspear at this very hour, expecting to be embraced as Rhaegar's blood, and that a man who arrives anywhere expecting an embrace and finds instead a prince pressing an old and well-aimed wound does not always recover his footing in time. Send it, he told the captain, and word to the arbor for ships, the foundries for iron, every sept in the realm for a sermon against the abomination in the north. We will fight him on the water, on the walls, in the septs, and in the heart of every lord who ever lost a child to a dragon. We will not fight him in the sky. He turned to the painted realm, the cold gold morning falling across it, the 3 small enemy markers in the north he had spent a lifetime assuming he would never have to move against. He believes the war is won the moment he reaches this city. He is a boy, and that is a boy's mistake. The war is won by whoever decides what reaching the city costs. I have decided. It will cost him everything he came south still hoping to keep. In the harbor below, the galley slipped its moorings and turned its prow toward Dorn, and the race for the spear of the south began, the dragon flying one way with an embrace in his heart and the lion's letter flying the other with a wound in its hand, and only the Martells, patient and silent in their sun-baked gardens, would decide which one reached the truth first. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. The Sun and the Spear. The water gardens were the most beautiful place Jon had ever seen, and the man who ruled them met him in a wheeled chair with a face like a closed door, and Jon understood before either of them had spoken a word that the embrace he had flown 1,000 leagues to receive was not going to be offered. He had come to Dorne expecting the easiest alliance of the war. Dorne had loved Rhaegar. Dorne had bled for the Targaryens at the Trident and grieved them in the sack, and the murder of Elia Martell and her 2 small children, dashed against a wall and butchered in a bedchamber while Tywin Lannister's men held the city, was the open wound Dorne had refused to let close for 17 years. Jon had thought, I am Rhaegar's son, returned with fire, and they have waited a generation for exactly this. He had thought it the whole flight south, with Valhaler's wings beating under him and the green of the Reach giving way to the gold of the desert, and he had been, he discovered within the first hour, a fool. Doran Martell received him on a terrace above a pool where naked children laughed and splashed, orange trees heavy overhead, the sound of falling water everywhere, and the Prince of Dorne did not rise, because his legs would no longer let him, and did not smile because he had decided not to. You have your father's coloring, Doran said. His voice was soft, courteous, and cold all the way down. Not the hair, that is the wolf in you, but the long bones and the sorrow. I knew Rhaegar, Prince Aegon. I gave him my sister to wife. I watched him crown a Stark girl queen of love and beauty at Harrenhal with my sister sitting not 10 feet away, big with his second child, her face held very still while the whole realm watched her be set aside. The water laughed. The prince did not. And here you are, the Stark girl's son. The living proof that my sister was not enough for your father. You have flown a very long way, and at great cost, I am sure, to ask Dorne to spend its blood putting your mother's child on a throne. You will forgive an old man in a chair if he does not weep with joy at the honor. It landed exactly where Tywin Lannister had aimed it, and Jon recognized the wound for what it was, a thing prepared, a letter that had arrived before him and done its work, and he made himself stand in it and not flinch, because a man who came to Dorne expecting only love had earned the lesson. I didn't choose my mother, Jon said. No man does. I was raised by Ned Stark in the cold and called a bastard for 17 years, and never knew whose son I was until a blind Maester told me. dying on the wall. I'm not here to ask Dorn to love me for being Rhaegar's son, my prince. I can hear that you don't, and I won't insult your grief by pretending the years between us don't exist. He let the falling water fill a moment. I'm here to offer Dorn the one thing it's wanted for 17 years and never been strong enough to take. You couldn't avenge Elia. You were too few, too far, too wise to throw the spear against the lion alone, so you've waited and nursed it, and the wound stayed open because a wound you can't avenge never closes. I have 3 dragons. I am going to break House Lannister to pieces, my prince, root and branch, Tywin and Cersei, and the mountain who did the murdering. And I am going to do it whether Dorn rides with me or sulks in its gardens. The only question on this terrace is whether Elia Martell's vengeance is something Dorn takes with its own hand, or something it watches a Stark woman's son do for it from a distance. I think a man who's waited 17 years would want his hand on the spear when it finally goes in. Something moved behind the closed door of the prince's face, very far back, and was shut away again. Bold, Doran said. Your father was bold, too, and started a war that ended his whole house, and very nearly mine. I have spent 17 years being the opposite of bold. Prince Aegon and Dorn still stands, and your house is 3 eggs hatched on a hill. Boldness is a young man's god. He folded his swollen, gout-ruined hands. I will not give you an answer today. I will give you my hospitality, which in Dorn is not a small thing, and I will give you my children to argue with, since they have been arguing about you since the day your name reached us, and I find their arguments clarify mine. Stay. Eat my food, swim in my pools, let my nieces shout at you. And understand, while you do, that the last Targaryen who came to Dorne sure of his welcome left a sister of mine to die against a wall. I am in no hurry to be sure of anything. Hurry is the disease that killed your family. I mean to be cured of it before I catch yours. The sand snakes found him that night because the daughters of Oberyn Martell did not wait to be received, and they came at him 3 at once, which Jon would learn was their habit in all things. So this is the dragon, said the eldest Obara, who carried a spear and a sneer in equal measure and looked at Jon as if pricing a horse she meant to ride to death. I expected him taller. The Lannisters are pissing themselves over you, half-grown lizards and all, which is the only thing I've heard about you I like. Be civil, sister, said the second Nymeria, who was everything Obara was not, smooth and dark and lovely and twice as dangerous for it, a coiled whip in a silk gown. He's come to give us the Lannisters' heads. One should be gracious to a man bearing gifts. Her dark eyes moved over him, weighing. Or to seem gracious, at least, until one is sure the gift is real. The third said nothing at first. Tyene, golden and sweet-faced and smiling, the most frightening of them precisely because she looked the least, sat herself down beside Jon uninvited and studied him with the bright, interested gaze of a child examining an insect. He has sad eyes, she said at last to her sisters pleasantly. Men with sad eyes are the dangerous ones. The angry ones tell you everything. The sad ones have already decided what they'll do to you and feel poorly about it in advance. She patted Jon's hand. I like him. We should help him. We should also make very sure he isn't going to be one more man who promises Dorne vengeance and then discovers at the last that he needs the Lannisters more than he needs us. They always discover that, the kings, right at the end. It's a sort of magic they have. I'm not a king yet, Jon said. And I've found the surest way to make a promise true is to put it somewhere I can't take it back. So here's mine, and you can hold me to it in front of your uncle's bones. He looked at the 3 of them, the spear and the whip and the smile. The man who murdered Elia and her children was Gregor Clegane the Mountain. He's in King's Landing now, or what's left of him, kept alive by the same chainless creature building scorpions to kill my dragons. When I take that city, the mountain is yours, not mine to execute cleanly as law the way I take the rest. Yours, to do with as Dorn has dreamed of doing for 17 years. I'll hand him to you on the steps of the Red Keep and walk away and not ask what you do after. That's not justice. Justice would be a clean death. That's vengeance, and it's the one debt I'll pay in the old Dornish coin instead of my own, because some crimes are too personal for a king's mercy, and Elia's was one of them. He let that sit. Now, will that buy 3 spears, or do you need to price the horse a while longer? The 3 sisters looked at one another, and a current passed between them that JON could not read, the private language of women who had grown up sharpening the same grief. He's good, Nymeria murmured. That's a problem. The good ones are harder to use and easier to follow, and Dorn has never quite known which it wants. She uncoiled to her feet. Our father loved your father, dragon, for a little while before Harrenhal. Then he hated him for our aunt. He died avenging her, or trying to, took a poisoned spear to the mountain's eye and got his skull crushed for the trouble. We are what's left of that. 3 spears and a grudge and a uncle's bones in an urn. Her dark eyes held his. Give us the mountain and you'll have us, whatever the old man in the chair decides. But understand, we are not patient like our Uncle Doran. If you mean to give us the mountain, you had best win quickly, dragon. Because there are only so many years a person can keep a grief that's sharp before it turns and cuts the hand that holds it. Elaria Sand came to him after the others had gone, and she brought no spear and made no offer, and that absence was itself the most pointed thing anyone in Dorne had said to him. She had been Oberyn Martell's paramour and was mother to 4 of his daughters, and she had watched the man she loved die in single combat against the mountain over a grief that was not even his own, and she sat across from JON in the dark of the gardens with a cup of Dornish red and looked at him with eyes that had wept themselves dry years ago. They told you about the mountain, she said. I heard. You'll give him to the girls, on the steps of the Red Keep, and walk away and not ask what they do after. It's a fine speech. My Oberyn made speeches like it. He made the finest of his life standing over that monster with a spear, naming Elia, naming her children, demanding the confession before the kill, and the mountain took his teeth out of his courage and crushed his skull like a melon, and I have spent every day since learning what vengeance actually costs. She drank. It costs the Avenger. Always. That is the secret the songs leave out. The mountain killed Elia, and Oberyn killed himself avenging her slowly over 17 years, and now you have come to hand his daughters the same poison that killed him and call it a gift. They will take it. They are their father's daughters, and it will hollow them the way it hollowed him, because a grief you feed never shrinks, it only learns your shape. JON was quiet. The water fell. He had not expected in Dorne to meet the one person who would argue against giving Dorne the thing it wanted. Then what would you have me do? He said. Pardon the man who dashed 2 children against a wall. Tell Elia's people justice is too expensive and they should learn to grieve more cheaply. Elaria's voice did not rise. Kill him. Kill the mountain by all means. The world is better with him out of it. And do it clean and quick, with a sword, as a king kills a murderer, and let it be finished. What I would have you not do is make a ceremony of it. Do not give a broken man's daughters the long, slow killing they dream of, because the dream is the poison, not the deed. A clean death ends the mountain. A spectacle of a death begins something new in the girls who do it, and you will have made 3 more Oberyns, and one day they will need a fresh enemy to keep the grief fed, and they will find one, perhaps in you. She set down the cup. You spoke prettily of paying a debt in the old Dornish coin. I am the woman who has counted what that coin is minted from. It is minted from the Avenger's own heart, shaved off a little at a time, and I have watched it spend a great man down to nothing. I do not ask you to be merciful to the mountain. I ask you to be merciful to the girls, who do not know yet that the thing they want will eat them. That is a king's work, Egon, knowing which gift is really a wound. JON looked at her a long moment, and what she had given him sat in him beside everything else he had been made to carry that season, heavier for being true. I'll think on it, he said, and meant it, and she heard that he meant it, which was rarer in a king than she had been led to expect. I made the girls a promise. I won't break it lightly, but I'll think on the difference between killing the mountain and feeding the thing that's eating them. Because you're the first person in this country who's told me a hard thing instead of selling me an easy one. And I've learned to weight those words heavier than all the rest. Then you may be worth the trouble after all, Elaria said, and rose, and left him with the falling water and a debt that had just grown more complicated, which was, he was beginning to understand, the only kind of debt the South ever paid. Arian Martell came to him last, and alone, which John understood at once was the most political act of all, because the prince's daughter and heir did nothing by accident. She found him at the edge of the water gardens before dawn, where he had gone to be near V. Haler, who would suffer no Dornish groom within 50 feet, and had taken to roosting on the broken aqueduct like a gargoyle out of a fever dream. Arian was dark and lush and clever, and she watched the black dragon a long while before she spoke, and there was a hunger in her face that was not for the man at all. "My father will say no," she said. "Or rather he will say not yet, which from my father is the same thing wearing better manners. He has a plan, you understand. He has always had a plan, 17 years of plan, so secret and so patient that half of it died before it could ripen, and he simply made a new plan around the corpse of the old. He betrothed my brother to a Targaryen girl across the sea, did you know? Daenerys, your aunt. He has been waiting for her for years, the dragon from the east, and now here you are, the dragon from the north, arriving first and inconveniently, and my father does not know what to do with a plan that has been overtaken by events, because he has never in his life moved faster than a glacier." Her mouth curved. "I, on the other hand, am not my father. I am tired of patience. Patience is what old men call cowardice when they want to feel wise about it. So I have come to make you an offer he is too cautious to make, and to tell you a truth he is too proud to." "Tell me the truth first," Jon said. "I've had enough offers this season to last a life. The truth is that Dorne is yours the moment you bleed for it." Arian turned from the dragon to face him fully. "My people do not love easily, and we do not forgive at all. But we know one thing in our bones that the rest of Westeros has forgotten, which is the difference between a lord who spends our blood and a lord who spends his own beside us. The Reach has been massing on our borders for a fortnight, dragon. Randall Tarley, the best soldier the Tyrells own, with 20,000 men and a train of those new iron scorpions your enemy has been building, pushing up the Prince's Pass toward the Boneway, meaning to pin Dorne in place so we cannot ride to you even if we wished. My father means to let them come and wait, and hold the passes the way Dorne always holds the passes, with sand and heat and patience and the bones of invaders." Her dark eyes glittered. "But if a dragon were to meet Randall Tarley in the Prince's Pass and burn his host and bleed doing it in front of 10,000 Dornishmen where every spear in the south could see it, then my father's patience would have nothing left to wait for, and Dorne would rise tomorrow, all of it, because you would have done the one thing that buys a Dornishman's heart forever. You would have bled for us first." She stepped close, and her voice dropped. "That is the truth. Here is the offer. Marry me, Aegon. Join the spear to the dragon, as it was meant to be joined 17 years ago. Give Dorne not a vengeance it watches, but a queen it shares, and I will give you the loyalty of the most stubborn people in the world, who will follow their own blood through any fire you care to light." Jon was quiet a long moment, the dragon's slow breath sounding above them in the dark, the garden's silver under a sinking moon. "You're offering me a war I can win and a marriage I haven't earned," he said. "And you're doing it before your father wakes, which means you want the credit for Dorne's rising to be yours and not his. I understand you, princess. I even admire you, but I won't promise you a marriage tonight in the dark to buy an army, because a man who buys his alliances with his hand starts giving away the only thing that's truly his, and I've watched where that road goes." He looked at her, and let her see that the refusal was respect and not rejection. "Here's what I'll promise instead. I'll meet Randall Tarley in the Prince's Pass. I'll burn his host where every spear in Dorne can see, and I'll bleed doing it, because your scorpions tell me I'm going to whether I like it or not. And when it's done and Dorne has risen, we'll talk of marriages like two people who have already proven they can win together, instead of two strangers trading hostages in a garden. If you still want the dragon when you've seen what he costs, Princess, the offer can stand. But you should see the cost first. Everyone should always see the cost first. It's the one mercy I've got left to give." Arian studied him in the dying moonlight, and something in her recalculated, and what came into her face was not disappointment but a sharper kind of interest. "You're cleverer than your father," she said. "He'd have taken the army and the girl both and never counted. Very well, dragon. Bleed for us in the Prince's Pass where we can watch, and then we'll talk." She turned to go, then paused. "Tarley has 40 scorpions, the new kind, and he is not a fool, and he has read the same histories your enemy read, the ones about Meraxes and the bolt through the eye. Do not be careless with your monsters in my mountains, Egon. Dorne has killed more dragons than any land in the world. It would be a poor jest if we killed yours by helping you." The Prince's Pass was a knife cut through Red Mountains, and Randall Tarley held the southern mouth of it with 20,000 reachmen and 40 iron scorpions. And JON came down on him out of the noon sun with 3 dragons and learned, in the space of an afternoon, the truth that every dragon lord since Egon had learned and most had paid for in blood. The dragons were not invincible. They had never been invincible. The histories said so, and the histories were right, and the proof of it came screaming out of the rocks of the princes, past the moment Vhaler stooped on the first scorpion battery. Tarley had sighted his scorpions like the soldier he was, not in a line to be burned in a single pass, but tucked into the rocks in clusters of 4 and 5, angled up, ranges marked, crews drilled to loose on the dive and not before. JON took Vhaler down on the largest cluster with the fire already in the black dragon's throat, and the first volley came up to meet them. A thicket of iron bolts as long as men, and most went wide, and one did not. It took Vhaler through the meat of the left wing, punched clean through the membrane and the muscle behind it, and the black dragon screamed a sound JON felt in the roots of his teeth and the marrow of his arms. A sound of pain from a creature that had never in its short life known the word. And the wing faltered, and they fell 40 feet before Vhaler caught the air again and clawed back up, leaving a spray of dark blood across the red rocks below, and the reachmen sent up a roar. Because they had done the thing the histories promised, they had made a dragon bleed. The Dornish came down off the heights when the first scorpion battery burned, because a Dornishman will watch a dragon all day with his arms folded, but cannot stand idle once the blood is in the air. Lord Anders Ironwood led them, the Bloodreel, the greatest Dornish lord after the Martells themselves, and he had ridden to the Prince's Pass meaning only to observe the foreigners' monsters and report to Doran whether they were worth the gamble. He found himself instead leading 2,000 spears down a goat track into Randall Tarley's flank, while the sky above him screamed and bled, and he would say afterward that he had not decided to charge so much as discovered, partway down the slope, that he already had. It was ugly work in the pass, the kind the songs never honor, men killing men in a hot red defile, while the real battle happened in the air over their heads. The reachmen were good soldiers, and Tarley was the best commander in the south, and they did not break the way the Boltons had broken at the Weeping Stair, all at once and screaming. They gave ground a yard at a time, scorpion crews loosing and falling back, pikemen wheeling to cover them, and they killed a great many Dornishmen doing it, And John watched from the air as the thing he had set in motion ground up the men who had trusted him, and he made himself watch that too, because Ironwood's spears were dying on his ambition, and the least he owed them was to see it. He learned the dragon's mortality in pieces across that afternoon, each lesson written in a screen. Sayla took her bolt diving too steep on a battery she should have left to gray flame, the shaft punching through the muscle of her haunch, and she tumbled and caught herself and flew on with her hind leg trailing useless and the blood sheeting black down her pale flank. And John felt her pain through the bond like a hot wire drawn through his own thigh, and nearly lost V-Hailer's reins for the shock of it. Greyflame took bolt after bolt and shrugged them, the great bronze brute, his scales thick as oak doors, until one found the soft place behind his foreleg and cracked a scale and lodged there, and the smoke that wept from the wound smelled of burning tar and would weep for a week after. And V-Hailer flew the whole afternoon on a wing already pierced, the membrane torn and flapping, the black dragon climbing and stooping on an injury that would have grounded any natural creature. And John understood, riding him, that the dragons did not stop because he did not stop, that they would fly themselves to death on his ambition because they were bound to him and he was theirs, and that this was the cost the histories never named, not that dragons could die, but that they would die for you gladly. And ask only that you be worth it. When the last battery burned and Tarly's host streamed broken down the southern pass, John brought V-Hailer down on the red ridge and climbed out along the wounded wing himself, hand over hand on the great struts of bone, to where the bolt stood lodged in the membrane, and he braced his boot against the dragon's shoulder and pulled it free with both hands while V-Hailer screamed, and the blood came out black and steaming and soaked him to the elbow. He did not let a groom do it. He had decided, somewhere over the burning pass, that a man who sent dragons to bleed for him would pull the iron from their wounds with his own hands, or he was not fit to fly them. And the 10,000 Dornishmen on the heights watched the dragon prince hang from his wounded monster's wing with his arms black to the shoulder in dragon's blood. And they did not cheer a conqueror. They cheered a man who bled with his beasts. And that was the moment, Ironwood would say after, that Dorn stopped weighing the foreigner and started following him. It changed John in that afternoon, the bleeding. He had come south thinking of his dragons as weapons of awe, terrible and beyond answer, and Randall Tarly's scorpions taught him in an hour that they were animals, mortal, his, 3 living things he loved that could die screaming in a red ravine for his ambition. And the fear that opened in him then was the cleanest thing he had felt since the wall, because it was the fear of a man for the lives in his keeping and not for himself. He did not pull back. He had told Arion he would bleed for Dorn where they could watch, and 10,000 Dornishmen were watching from the heights, and a dragon lord who flinched the first time his dragon bled would never be followed by the people who had killed Meraxes. So he stayed, and he learned in real time with his dragons' lives as the price of every lesson how the thing was actually done. You did not dive on a sighted battery. You burned the slopes above it and let the rock fall and the smoke blind the crews, and you came in low along the ground where the scorpions could not depress to follow, and you let Greyflame, slow and patient and armored in scale, thick as a door, take the bolts meant for the swift ones, while Sayla and V-Hailer burned the crews from the flank. You traded the city-burning fantasy of the songs for the patient butcher's work of a soldier, cluster by cluster, slope by slope, paying for each in blisters and cracked scale, and the slow black weeping of wounds that would not close. By dusk, the 40 scorpions were slag and ash, and Randall Tarly's 20,000 were broken and streaming back down the pass toward the reach, and John sat V-Hailer on a red ridge with his dragon's blood drying black on his own hands, and below him 10,000 Dornishmen who had come to watch a dragon die were instead screaming his name into the red mountains, because he had bled for them and won, and there is no surer road into a Dornish heart exactly as Arian had promised. Doran Martell sent for him that night, and the Prince of Dorn was waiting on his terrace above the laughing pool. And this time there was a thing in the old man's closed face that had not been there before, which was decision. "My brother died putting a spear in the mountain's eye," Doran said quietly. "My sister died with her children's blood on the same mountain's hands. I have spent 17 years being patient, Prince Egon, and patience is not cowardice, whatever my daughter thinks, but I will tell you the secret of it, which she does not yet understand. Patience is waiting for the one moment when boldness is no longer a gamble. I have waited 17 years for a sword sharp enough to be worth drawing." His ruined hands tightened on the arms of his chair. "Today you bled my enemies in my mountains and did not flinch and lived and won. And you have given my daughters the mountain and given me, I think, the moment I have been waiting for since they carried Elia home in pieces. Dorn is yours, Egon Targaryen, all of it. The spears, the passes, the poison, the patience. Not because you are Rhaegar's son. Because you are the sword I have waited 17 years to draw, and a man who waits that long does not waste the drawing." He inclined his head, the first courtesy he had truly meant. "Now sit, and let a sick old man tell you how Dorn breaks a lion, because I have been planning it longer than you have been alive, and the plan, at last, has a dragon in it." Chapter 7. In Chapter 8. The field of Ash, the host that marched up the Rose Road in the spring of the second year, was the largest army Westeros had assembled since the conquest, and Jon had come to understand that an army of that size is not a weapon at all but a hunger, a thing that must be fed every day or it begins, quietly and then not quietly, to eat the country it marches through. 80,000 men, Northmen and Rivermen and the heavy horse of the Vale. The spears of Dorn come up through the Boneway. The small folk levies that fell in along the road because a dragon was the first thing in 3 years that had looked like winning. They ate Highgarden's own granaries, which Jon had taken without a fight when Mace Tyrell's seneschal opened the gates rather than watch the Reach's flower city burn. And they ate the spring planting, and they ate the seed corn. And Jon rode at the head of it all and did the arithmetic Eamon had taught him, and did not like the sum. A conqueror who starves the country he means to rule has won a desert. He had taken to riding the column's flanks at dawn, before the lords were awake, to look at the small folk who'd attached themselves to him, and to remember that the throne at the end of the road was supposed to be for them and not the other way around. It was a discipline. He had a great many disciplines now. They were the only fence he had left between himself and the thing his grandfather had become. The dragons had grown into the songs at last. Haler could take a warhorse off the ground now and carry it, kicking, to a height from which the fall did the killing, and Greyflame's wings spanned a tourney field, and the small folk who fell in along the column came each evening to the edge of the dragon ground to watch them feed, the way men have always gathered to look at the thing that could end them and has, for the moment, chosen not to. Jon let them watch. A people that has seen the dragon eat a steer, and then sleep is a people half-conquered already, and half-conquered by awe was the only conquest he wanted, because it cost no village a granary. But he had begun to notice the other thing the watching did, the thing that worried him more than any scorpion. The small folk had started to pray to them. Not to him, to the dragons, leaving little offerings of bread and salt at the edge of the burned grass, and a man whose weapons are being prayed to by the people he means to rule is a man one short step from believing the prayers, and Jon had read enough of his own family's history to know exactly how that step was taken and exactly where it led. "Tywin's not going to fight you for the Reach," the Blackfish said that night over the scratched map that had followed them 1,000 miles. "He's already given it up. Highgarden opened its gates, Bitterbridge opened its gates, The whole flower kingdom's rolling over because they'd rather keep their fields than die for a lion in a far-off city. He's letting you have it. The old knight planted his knife in the map, on the Rose Road north and east, where the green country narrowed toward the Crownlands. Which means he wants you fat and slow and strung out across 400 miles of road you have to garrison, and he's picked his ground somewhere up here, between you and his city, and he's waiting on it. A man doesn't give up the richest land in the realm for nothing, dragon. He's bought something with it. We just don't know what yet. Tumbleton, Jon said. He set his finger on the town, a fat market town on the Mander where the Rose Road crossed toward the Crownlands, the last strongpoint before the country opened toward King's Landing. If I were Tywin and I wanted to bleed me before the city, I'd do it there. It's a choke point. The road funnels through it, and Randall Tarley's fallen back to exactly that line since the Prince's Pass, which a beaten man doesn't do unless beating him was the plan. He looked at the old soldier across the map. He's not fallen back because I beat him. He's fallen back because he's bait, and I meant to come up the road fat and certain and swallow him, and find out too late what he's the bait for. They came in sight of Tumbleton on a gray morning with the Mander running high and brown beside the road, and Randall Tarley's host stood arrayed before the town exactly as Jon had known it would. 20,000 reachmen with the broken but not broken discipline of soldiers led by the best commander in the South, and behind them the town. And the trap was so plain that Jon understood at once it was not the whole trap, because Tarley was too good to let a trap show, unless the showing was itself part of it. He sent Hagen and the Dornish outriders to read the ground, and they came back with the shape of it, and the shape was ugly. Tarley had dug in. Scorpions on the flanks, sighted in the rocks the way they'd been sighted in the Prince's Pass, ranges marked, crews drilled. Trenches of pitch-soaked brush before the line, ready to be fired. A wall of flame a dragon could fly over but a horse could not charge through. And the town behind, Tumbleton, full, its gates shut, the small folk of half the eastern reach packed inside it by Tarley's order. Thousands of them, women and children and old men, herded in from the countryside in the past fortnight and held there. And the meaning of it stood up off the map like a stink. He's put the small folk in the town, Hagen said, and his own line in front of it and his scorpions on the wings, and he's left exactly one way to break him quickly, which is to burn the town and the line together, because the line's anchored on the town and you can't take one without the other unless you fight for a week through the trenches and the scorpions and bleed your dragons white doing it. The wildling looked sick. He's not defending Tumbleton. He's offering it. He wants you to burn it. He's built a battle where the fast way to win is to roast 5,000 of his own people, so that when you do, the whole realm hears that the dragon burned a town full of children to take a road. Jon stood looking at the gray town across the brown river for a long time, and the thing Tywin Lannister had built came clear to him in all its cold completeness. And he understood that he was looking at the single cleverest and cruelest stroke of the entire war, and that it had been designed in a tower in King's Landing by a man who had never seen Tumbleton, and did not care a copper for the people in it, except as the price of teaching the realm to hate a dragon. He's not trying to beat me here, Jon said. He knows he can't beat me here. He's trying to make me win the wrong way. He spent the reach to buy one morning in which the only fast road to my throne runs through a burning town full of children, and he's betting I'll take it because every dragon before me took it. And then he's won the only war that matters, which isn't for the city, it's for the story the realm tells about me after. He looked at Ed Tollett, who had ridden 1,000 miles at his shoulder, and appointed himself the keeper of exactly this question. Tell me I'm wrong, Ed. Tell me there's a fast way through that doesn't end with me being the thing we left the wall to stop being. Ed looked at the town a long while, and the flat voice, when it came, had no jokes left in it. I can't tell you you're wrong, Ed said. I've been your conscience since a hill above Winterfell because you asked me to and because somebody had to, and the wages have been terrible and I've never once regretted it. So here's the last good work I can do you, and you're not going to like it. There's no clean way through there. Tarly built it so there isn't. If you fight slow and careful through the trenches, you'll lose a dragon to those scorpions, maybe 2, and 3,000 of your own men, and you'll still have to take the town at the end with the small folk still in it. If you burn it fast, you save your army and your dragons, and you murder 5,000 people who never lifted a hand against you, and the realm calls you Ares forever after, which is what Tywin's paying for. Ed turned in his saddle. But there's a third thing, and it's the thing nobody in the songs ever does because it costs the most and looks like the least. And I'm going to say it once, and then I'm going to go and help you do it, whatever you choose. You can spend your own blood to buy those people out before you burn anything. You can throw your army at the trenches, not to win, but to make a hole. And you can fly the dragons low along the river to break the town's river gate. And you can give those 5,000 people a road out of Tumbleton with your own men dying to hold it open. And then, when the town's empty, you can burn Tarly's line down to the mud with a clear conscience. It'll cost you more men than burning the town would. It might cost you the battle. It's slower and bloodier and it makes no song. It's also the only door out of the trap that Tywin didn't build, because Tywin can't imagine a man who'd spend his own soldiers to save the other man's peasants. That's the one thing the cleverest man in the realm leaves out of every plan. He's never once met it. Jon looked at his friend, the dour man from the wall who had followed him into fire on the strength of a dream and a tree, and the affection that moved in him then was a clean and terrible thing. "That's the door," Jon said. "Gods, Ed." "That's the door." Ed said, "I know it is. I've known it since I saw the town. I just wanted you to choose it instead of me telling you, because a king who has to be told the right thing once will have to be told it always, and there won't always be a dour fool from the wall about to do the telling." He gathered his reins. "Give the order. I'll take the Rivergate party. I've a knack for doors, on account of having stood at one my whole life keeping the cold out. Let's go buy 5,000 strangers a morning they didn't earn, and lose some good men doing it, and call it a victory even though it'll feel like the opposite. That's the job. Nobody ever tells you that's the job. The Battle of Tumbleton was the bloodiest day of the war, and it was fought, almost entirely, to save the lives of people the winners would never meet, and the singers afterward never knew quite what to do with it, because it broke every rule a song is built on. Jon threw his army at Randall Tarly's trenches not to break them but to fix them, to make the old soldier commit his line, and his scorpions to the fight in front of him, so that he could not turn them on the town at his back. The Knights of the Vale charged the pitched trenches and died in them, 8,000 of the finest heavy horse in the realm riding into fire, so that the crews on the scorpions would be too busy to look behind, and bronze JON Royce led them, the great bronze-armored old lord, and lived, and would carry the burns the rest of his life, and call them the only marks on his armor he was proud of. The Dornish spears went up the flanks at the scorpion clusters, paying in blood for every iron crossbow, Anders Ironwood's men doing the patient, murderous slope work they'd learned in the Prince's Pass. And while the whole front of the battle roared and burned and held Tarly's eyes, Ed Tollett took 1,000 picked men and a dragon down to the river. Saela broke the river gate of Tumbleton. The pale she-dragon, swiftest and cleverest of the three, came up the Mander low and fast with the morning mist still on the water and tore the river gate off its hinges with a single raking pass. And Ed's 1,000 poured into the gap and fought their way through the packed, terrified streets to the town's heart, roaring at the small folk to run, run for the river, run for the broken gate. The dragons won't burn the water, run. And the small folk ran, 5,000 of them, women with babes and old men and children, streaming out through the broken river gate, and along the muddy banks under the wings of a dragon that did not burn them, herded and shielded by northern and river men who died holding the lane open. And it was the strangest sight of the whole war, a dragon and its riders spending themselves to empty a town instead of fill it with fire. It cost more than any victory of the war, and JON had known it would, and had given the order anyway, and that knowing and giving was the heaviest thing he carried off the field of ash. The Vale knights paid first and worst. Heavy horse are made to break a line in the open, not to ride into fire, and JON had asked them to do the second thing, to throw themselves at the pitch trenches in wave after wave so that Tarly could not pull his crews back to the town. And they had done it because Bronze JON Royce had looked at the plan, and understood at once that it was the kind of thing the Vale had spent the whole war too proud and too safe to do, and had decided the Vale would do it now or not deserve to call itself unbeaten. They rode into the burning brush with their visors down, and their lances cooshed at an enemy that would not stand to receive them. And the horses screamed, and the men screamed, and the trenches drank them. And the survivors wheeled and reformed and rode in again, and again, until Tarly's eyes and Tarly's reserves were fixed wholly on the dying knights in front of him, and had nothing left to spare for the river at his back. Royce came out of it on foot, his great bronze armor scorched black, his eyebrows and beard burned away, leading the last of his lances on bleeding horses. And when a Dornish captain offered him water, he waved it off and asked, in a cracked voice, whether the small folk were through the gate yet, because that was the only number that made the price worth paying. The sand snakes took the eastern scorpions. Obara led the slopework with her father's spear and her father's cold patience, and Nymeria's whip-quick skirmishers swarmed the crews before they could recrank. And Tyene, golden and smiling even in the smoke, walked behind the assault with a quiet jar and a quieter brush, and the scorpion crews that her sisters did not kill outright did not last the hour after, and no one asked her what was on the brush, because everyone had decided they would rather not know. They cleared 11 batteries between dawn and noon and lost a third of their number doing it. And when it was finished, Obara stood among the broken iron with her spear planted and looked across the river to where the small folk were streaming out under the dragon's wing, and said, to no one, that this was the first time in 17 years she had killed for something other than her own grief, and that she had not expected it to feel so different, and so much better, and that she hated the foreigner a little for teaching her the difference, and the small folk ran. That was the image JON could not put down afterward, the one that crowded out even the burning. 5,000 people pouring out of a broken gate along a muddy riverbank under the wings of a thing their grandmothers had taught them to fear above all else in the world, and not being burned, and not understanding why, and running anyway because terror and hope had turned out at the last to wear the same face. A woman fell in the mud with a babe in her arms, and a northern spearman JON, never named, hauled her up and carried both through the press and put them on the far bank, and turned to go back for more, and did not come back. An old man stopped in the very mouth of the broken gate, in the most dangerous place on the whole field, and turned, and looked up at Sayla passing low overhead with her wings spread to shield the lane, and raised one hand to the dragon, not in fear, in something closer to the sign men make before a god, before a son of his hauled him bodily through and away. JON saw it all from a mile off and 1,000 feet up, in the strange compressed clarity that battle gives, and he understood that he was watching the thing he had come south to be, the dragon that saved instead of burned, bought at a price that would have made Tywin Lannister laugh at him for a sentimental fool, and he found he would pay it twice over and call the receipt the only clean thing he owned. Tarly understood, too late, what was being done to his trap. He tried to turn, tried to send men to the town, and found his whole line pinned by 80,000 screaming attackers who would not let him disengage. And that was the moment the scorpions found Selah. She had stayed too long over the river gate, shielding the lane, flying slow to keep her wings between the iron and the fleeing small folk. And a battery on the eastern wall that Ironwood's spears had not yet reached loosed a full volley into her at 200 yards, and 3 bolts struck home at once. One took her through the wing root, one through the long muscle of the neck, and one, the last, punched into her chest below the foreleg and lodged deep, and Selah screamed a sound that John felt tear through the bond like his own ribs breaking, and she fell. She fell into the shallows of the Mander in a great white ruin of wings and steam and thrashing, and the small folk scattered screaming from the fall of her, and John, a mile away over the trenches on Vhaler's back, felt his dragons dying as a black wave that nearly took him out of the sky with her. She did not die. That was the mercy and the cost both, because a clean death would have been kinder than what came after. Greyflame reached her first, the great bronze brute coming down into the river beside his fallen sister, mantling over her with his wings spread against the scorpions, taking the bolts on his own armored back so the crews could not finish her. And Vhaler came screaming down behind, and between the two of them they made a wall of fire and scale around the fallen she-dragon while John flung himself out of the saddle into the bloody shallows and got his hands on her. She was alive. Barely. The bolt in her chest had missed the great vessels by a finger and filled her with a slow drowning instead of a fast death. And she looked at John with one vast golden eye gone dim with pain and shock. And he held her huge head in the red water and understood that she would not fly again for months if she flew at all, that he had spent her, his swiftest and cleverest, to buy 5,000 strangers a morning, and that he would do it again, and that the doing of it again was the whole horror and the whole point. He burned Tumbleton's empty streets and Tarley's anchored line down to the mud that afternoon, once the town was clear, and it was the largest fire he had yet made, Vhaler and Greyflame both, the whole eastern reach lit orange under a pillar of smoke that men said they saw from the walls of King's Landing 40 leagues away, and Randall Tarley's 20,000 died in it or broke before it, and the Rose Road to the capital lay open at last. The singers called it the Field of Ash. They were not wrong about the ash. They were wrong, mostly, about everything else, because they could not fit into a song the thing that had actually happened there, which was that a dragon prince had won a battle the slow, expensive, bloody way on purpose, to keep from winning it the fast, clean, monstrous way that would have cost him his soul and Tywin Lannister his victory. But the song got one thing right that the survivors wished it had left out, and John would carry it the rest of his life, which was that the man who had found the door out of Tywin's trap did not live to walk back through it. They found Ed Tollett at the broken river gate, where he had stood holding the lane open to the very last, after the small folk were through, when a Reach rearguard had counterattacked into the empty town and tried to close the gap and trap the rescuers inside. He had held the gate. He had held it with 40 men against 400 until the rest were clear, standing in a doorway the way he had stood in doorways his whole life, the dour man from the wall keeping the cold out so the people behind him could live, and he had been the last man through, almost, and had turned at the threshold to count the others out, because Ed counted everything, and a crossbow bolt had found him counting. John came to him in the wreck of the gate with Selah's blood still on his hands and his sister dragon screaming in the river behind him, and Ed was still alive, just propped against the shattered gate-post with his hands pressed over a wound no hands could close, and he looked up at John with the flat gray eyes that had told him the truth for 2 years, and he tried, even then, even dying, to make the last of it a joke, because that was the only tenderness Ed Tollett had ever known how to give. "Told you," Ed said. His voice was a wet thread. "Told you it'd feel like the opposite of a victory. 5,000 strangers out the gate, and the price was a dour fool from the wall who never wanted to be a hero and made a poor one. They'll put it in the song wrong. They'll have me dying brave. I died annoyed, for the record. I want that known. I died very annoyed, and I'd do it again, which is the worst part, and I never told you that to your face because you'd have got ideas. His hand found John's wrist, the grip already going. Listen. The job. The thing I kept telling you nobody tells you. I'm not going to be there for the city, John. You'll reach King's Landing and there'll be a moment. There's always a moment where the fast, clean, monstrous way is right there, and there's no dour fool at your shoulder to make you find the door. So I'm telling you now while I can, so you can't say nobody told you. The gray eyes held him. Find the door. There's always a door. Tywin can't see it because he's never loved anybody, and you can because you have, and that's the whole of the difference between a king and the thing your grandfather was. Find the door. Even when it costs you. Especially then. Now let go of my wrist, you great northern weeping stone. I'm trying to die with some dignity, and you're making it a scene. He died a moment after, against the gatepost, with the river running red beside him, and a dragon screaming in the shallows, and 5,000 strangers alive on the far bank who would never know his name. And Jon Snow knelt in the wreck of the gate he had died holding and did not weep, because the grief in him had gone past the place where weeping reached, down into the bronze-banked place where Garrett was, and Catelyn, and all the costs he had kept close to the skin and never set down. And he understood that the fence between himself and his grandfather had just lost its last and best post. He walked the field of ash alone at dusk, after, when the fires had burned low and the host was making its grim camp among the cinders, and he made himself walk all of it, the burned line, the empty town, the river where Saela lay too hurt to move while Greyflame stood guard over her in the shallows like a bronze hill that breathed. There was a discipline in the walking, the same discipline as looking at the Ironborn burn at Moat Cailin, the same as kneeling in Stoneheart's mud. A man who orders fire must walk the ash. A man who spends his friends must count them. He walked it all, and the cost of it sat in him entire. Ed and Saela, and 8,000 Vale Knights, and the burned line and the spent reach. And at the end of the walk he stood at the river's edge with his hand on Greyflame's flank and looked east, toward the unseen city, toward the lake of green fire and the iron-hedged walls, and the cold old man in his tower who had built a battle to make Jon burn children, and been beaten by the one thing he'd never thought to plan for. He'll do it again at the city, Jon said, to the dragon, to the dead man, to the dark. Bigger. Tumbleton was the lesson. King's Landing is the test. He'll build me a trap where the only fast way to my throne runs through 500,000 people, and there'll be no door anyone can see, and no dour fool at my shoulder to make me find it. Greyflame's slow furnace breath stirred the ash at the water's edge. Behind them Saela made a low broken sound in the shallows, alive, grounded, spent. So I'll have to be the fool myself. That's the job. Ed kept telling me that's the job, and I kept thinking he meant the killing. He meant the door. He meant being the one man in the realm who'll spend everything he has to keep from buying the easy way, even when there's no one left to make him. He looked at his hands, black with ash and dragon's blood and a dead friend's. 2 dragons now, one that can't fly, 80,000 men and 1,000 miles of road behind me and a city full of fire ahead, and the cleverest, cruelest mind in the world waiting in it, and one piece of advice from a dead man to carry through the gate. The smoke rose off the ruined reach into a sky going purple-black with the coming night. Find the door. All right, Ed, I heard you. I'll find the door, or I'll die in it the way you did, holding it open for people who'll never know my name. There are worse ways for a dragon to end. I've started to think there might not be a better one. And in the red shallows of the Mander, under the ash-gray sky, the great bronze dragon folded one wing over his wounded sister and kept his vigil, and the host of the would-be king made its camp among the cinders of the battle he had won the only way worth winning, And east, over the dark horizon, the city waited, and the fire under it waited, and the old lion in his tower bent over his maps and made, in his bloodless and unhurried hand, the last and largest trap of all. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9. The Mad King's Shadow King's landing from the air was the ugliest beautiful thing John had ever seen. 500,000 souls packed into a stinking sprawl behind walls grown a hedge of iron. And he flew Heiler a single high circuit of it at dusk on the day his host came up the Rose Road, out of Scorpion range, and counted the ways it could kill him. There were a great many. Qyburn's iron crossbows stood on every wall and tower, and on the 7 hills besides, hundreds of them now, their loosing yards turned up toward the sky like the spines of a thing rolled onto its back to show its teeth. The Blackwater ran brown and broad on the south side, the great chain that had once burned Stannis's fleet still strung across its mouth. The Mud Gate, the Iron Gate, the Gate of the Gods, the Lion Gate, the Dragon Gate, the King's Gate, the Old Gate, everyone shut and barred and backed with a holdfast. And under all of it Jon was increasingly certain, though he could not yet have said how he knew, something worse than walls and iron, a thing he felt the way the dragons felt weather, a wrongness in the ground itself, a held breath beneath the city. "You feel it too," he said to Heiler low, banking out of the last of the light. The black dragon's wing was heeled to a thick ridge of scar that pulled when he climbed, and he flew with a new caution since the prince's pass, but he flew. Something down there the city doesn't know it's sitting on, something that doesn't want us low. The dragon made a sound deep in his chest, the warning sound, and turned for the camp without being asked, and Jon let him, because a dragon's nose for fire was older and truer than any man's counsel, and his dragon was telling him plainly, do not go down there. He came back to a war council that had everything except a plan. "You cannot storm it," the Blackfish said, blunt as ever, "and you cannot burn it, and you cannot starve it before winter starves us first. So I will be very interested to hear what the third thing is, because I have besieged a great many castles in 60 years, and King's Landing is the first I would rather walk away from." They had the great pavilion full, the heads of everything Jon had gathered across 2 years and 1,000 miles. Bronze JON Royce, eyebrowless and scarred from Tumbleton, the Vale's pride and the Vale's grief sitting on him at once. Anders Ironwood for Dorne and the sand snakes behind him, restless. Wyman Manderly's marshal, the Wall, the River Lords, Beric Dondarrion for the small folks' eyes, and the chair where Ed Tollett should have sat, which Jon had left empty, and which everyone understood and no one mentioned. "We can't storm it because the walls are too strong and too high and hedged with iron," Jon said. "We can't burn it because there are 500,000 people in it, and the day I'm the man who burned King's Landing is the day Tywin Lannister wins the only war he's actually fighting, which is the war for what the realm believes I am. He spent the whole campaign trying to make me my grandfather. The Field of Ash was a rehearsal, the city's the performance, and the whole house is waiting to boo." He set his hand flat on the map of the 7 hills. "So we do the thing Tywin can't plan for, the same thing that beat him at Tumbleton, because the cleverest man in the world has exactly one blind spot, and it's the only one that matters. He cannot imagine winning a way that costs you instead of the other man. So we make the city want to open. We don't break the walls. We break the reasons the men on them are still fighting." "The Tyrells," Ironwood said. "Half the city's fed by the Reach, and the Reach is yours now. Highgarden flying your banner, the granaries in your hands. The Tyrell girl's still in there, wed to the boy king. The old Thorn woman's grandchildren are inside those walls eating your grain. The Tyrells will turn," Jon agreed. "Olenna told Tywin to his face she'd sell every lion in the city to keep one Tyrell girl off my fire, and she meant it, and now the fire's at the gate and the lions are losing. She's already counting. The question isn't whether the reach flips. It's whether it flips before Tywin does the thing I think he's going to do, the thing I felt under the city tonight, the thing my dragon won't fly low over. He looked around the fire-lit faces. There's wildfire under King's Landing, the Mad King's caches, the ones my grandfather meant to burn the whole city with rather than yield it. Tywin will have found them. A man that careful doesn't sit on a lake of green fire and not know it. And if I storm those walls or fly my dragons low enough to break a gate and one spark finds one cache, the city goes up like the doom of old Valyria. 500,000 people and my dragons and my army and the throne I came for, all of it, ash. That's the trap. The walls aren't the trap. The fire under the city is the trap, and Tywin built the whole war to walk me into it certain and proud, the way every dragon walks into every fire-smelling victory. The pavilion was quiet. Outside, the great host of the would-be king made its noises in the dark, and beyond it the city sat on its held breath, and the blackfish, old and blunt and unsentimental, said the thing none of the lords wanted to. "Then there's no door," he said. "You said it yourself at Tumbleton, find the door. There's no door under that city, dragon. There's only the fire, and the man who lights it wins, and the man who walks away loses, and I have never in 60 years sat at a council with no third thing in it, and I find I don't care for the feeling. There's always a door," JON said. "Ed died telling me so. We just haven't found it yet, so we'll find it. We'll find the men inside who don't want to die for a lion, and the tunnels under the hills, and the one person in that city who knows where every cache is buried, because somebody hid them and somebody found them, and a secret that big always has a man attached to it who'd sell it for the right price or the right reason. We tighten the ring, we turn the reach, we wait, and we look for the door. And we do not, whatever it costs, whatever Tywin offers, fly a dragon low over that city until we know where the green fire sleeps." Inside the Red Keep, Tywin Lannister looked at the same problem from the other side of the walls and found it, for the first time in 50 years, not entirely to his liking. The reach was wavering. He had felt Mace Tyrell's loyalty thinning by the day since the Field of Ash, since the granaries fell, since the smell of the Pretender's victory had come up the Rose Road on the wind, and he knew the Queen of Thorns was somewhere behind the wavering, doing exactly what she had promised him she would do, counting, and finding the lions short. He had perhaps a fortnight before the reach contingents inside his walls became a knife at his back instead of a sword in his hand. He had a city full of frightened small folk who would not fight long for a boy king once the bread ran short. And he had a weapon under the streets that would win the war and lose the realm. The knife in the drawer he had sworn never to reach for, and he had begun, in the small cold hours, to do the arithmetic of a man who is running out of other answers, and to dislike where it pointed. "You will not prime the caches," he told Qyburn and Cersei, and the empty-eyed silence of the great Kingsguard knight who stood behind his daughter now, the thing called Sir Robert Strong that Qyburn had built, and no one had seen eat or sleep or lift his helm. "We are not yet beat. Beaten men reach for the last weapon. We are inconvenienced. There is a difference, and the difference is the whole of my house's future, because a Lannister who burns this city wins a crown that no lord in the world will ever again trust his children near. We hold. We turn the Tyrells back with gold and fear. We bleed his dragons on the iron. We wait for winter to do to his army what it cannot do to a walled city with the sea at its back." "The Tyrells are already gone, father," Cersei said. The crack in the crystal had become a fracture you could hear in her voice now, a fine high note under every word. "You're the only man in this castle who can't smell it. Grandmother Olenna has been riding the dragon for a week. I've had her ravens read. She's selling us. She's selling Tommen. She's selling all of us to keep that simpering Margaery's neck off the fire. There is no holding. There is no waiting for winter. There is the city full of fire, the one thing he wants whole, and a queen with the will to make sure that if she can't keep her son's chair, no wolf's bastard sits in it either. You taught me that, father. You taught me a Lannister always pays her debts. Well, the realm has run up a debt of 3 dragons and a stolen throne, and I mean to pay it in the only coin that's left. You will do nothing, Tywin said, and there was iron in it, the iron that had broken kings and houses for 50 years, without my word, and my word is no, and it will remain no while I draw breath, because I did not spend 50 years building this house into the greatest in the realm so that my daughter could end it as a footnote to a fire, remembered with the Mad King as the second monster who tried to take a city into death with him. You are frightened, and fear has made you stupid, and I will not have my legacy burned to ash by a stupid, frightened woman, even if she is my own. Go to your son. Be a mother. Leave the war to me. It was, Kevin would think later, the only truly unwise thing he had ever heard his brother say in 50 years, because Tywin Lannister had spent his whole life understanding every kind of power except the one that was about to kill him, which was the power of a person with nothing left to lose and a monster sworn only to her. JON tested the walls once, against his own counsel, because a commander who will not test a thing does not truly know it, and the test cost him and taught him and very nearly killed a dragon. He sent Greyflame against the gate of the gods at dawn, the great bronze brute, slowest and most armored, on the theory that if any dragon could weather the iron long enough to break a gate, it was that one. Greyflame went in low and fast along the Rose Road with his head down and his wings tight, and the walls lit up with iron, every scorpion within range loosing at once, and the bronze dragon took them on his scaled back and his armored skull, and broke the gate of the gods off its hinges with a single rolling gout of flame, and a blow of his head like a battering ram of living iron. And for one heartbeat the way into the city stood open, and Jon's heart leapt with a thing that was almost the easy victory. Then the gate's holdfast loosed its scorpions from inside, at 50 yards, into the dragon's unscaled throat and the soft place behind the jaw, and Greyflame screamed and reared back from the broken gate streaming black blood, and JON understood in that instant the whole geometry of the trap. The gates were bait. Break one, and you put your dragon's soft throat at point-blank range to a battery the wall had hidden, and you killed your own dragon on the threshold of your own victory, and Tywin had built every gate in the city to be exactly that lot. JON hauled Greyflame back from the city with the bond screaming between them, and the bronze dragon made it to the camp and went down in the field and did not rise for a day, and lived barely, and the message the walls had sent was received. There is no door through the gates. The gates are where the dragons die. 2 dragons hurt now. Saela grounded 100 miles back with a Reachmeister and a Dornish girl tending her wounds, Greyflame torn at the throat and slow to heal, and only Haler whole, and the city laughing behind its iron. JON walked the camp that night and made himself count it, the way he counted everything, and the count was bad, and the door was nowhere, and the empty chair where Ed should have sat had never been louder. The door, when it came up out of the ground in the dark, the way the most important things in JON's life had all come up out of the ground, a crypt, a swamp, a city's foul underbelly, and it wore the face of the smallest man in the world. Varys brought him. The eunuch had vanished from King's Landing 2 years before and reappeared now in JON's camp, as if he had simply stepped through a fold in the air, soft and powdered and apologetic, and at his side, hooded, came a man who threw back the hood to show a ruined face split by an old sword scar and a pair of mismatched eyes that had read every book in the Red Keep and trusted none of them. "Aegon Targaryen," said Tyrion Lannister, "or Jon Snow. The histories aren't settled, and I find I don't much care. I am the imp who served as hand of the king in this very city, who saved it once already from a fleet and a fool, and who was repaid with a trial for a murder I didn't commit, and a death sentence from my own sweet sister, and who has spent 2 years in exile learning that the only thing I hate more than my family is the prospect of my family winning. I have come to give you your city, your grace, because you are going to take it whether I help or not, and if you take it the wrong way you will kill 500,000 people who never wronged either of us, and I have discovered to my considerable annoyance that I would rather they lived. He hopped up onto a camp stool, uninvited, and poured himself wine, uninvited. Now, you felt the wildfire. I can see it on you. You've the look of a man who smelled the future and didn't care for it. Shall I tell you where every cash in the city is buried? Because I read the pyromancer's ledgers when I was hanged, all of them, every cash my mad grandfather by marriage planted, and I know where the green fire sleeps, every cellar and sept and stable and street, and I know the tunnels meager the cruel dug under his castle so a king could always run, and I know which of those tunnels comes up inside the red keep behind every scorpion on its walls. I am, in short, the door. I am the one person living who is both inside this secret and outside this family. You've been looking for me for a fortnight without knowing my name. John looked at the ruined, clever little man drinking his wine, and at Varys behind him folding his soft hands, and the thing that moved in him was wary and was hopeful and was, underneath, the first easing of the dread he'd carried since the Rose Road. "Why?" John said. "Tell me the why, my lord, and tell me true, because a door that opens too easily is a trap, and I've been walking into Lannister traps all the way from the Trident." "Because Cersei is going to light it," Tyrion said simply, and the wine stopped halfway to his mouth. "That's the why, and it's true, and you'll know it's true because it's the only thing that would make a Lannister sell you his own city. My father won't burn King's Landing. He's a monster but a careful one. He knows a burned city is a crown not worth wearing. But my sister has gone past careful into the place my grandfather went, the place where if she can't win she'd rather end the board, and she has a creature now. A thing Qyburn built out of a dead mountain, that's sworn to her and nothing else, and the only man alive who can stop her is my father, and my father has just made the single mistake of his life, which is that he's told her number." The mismatched eyes were steady and terrible. "I give it 3 days, your grace, before my sister removes the one obstacle between her and the green fire, and that obstacle is my father. And I have hated my father my whole life and dreamed of his death in 100 ways, and I find, now it's actually coming, that I'd give a great deal to prevent it, because a city ruled by my father is a city you can take. A city ruled by my sister, with a lake of wildfire under it and a monster at her side and nothing left to lose, is a pyre that hasn't been lit yet. You wanted a door. The door is this. Get into the city through Meager's tunnels before Cersei kills our father, because the moment Tywin Lannister dies, the only sane hand on the match in King's Landing dies with him. He was right about the 3 days. He was wrong only in that it took 2. Tywin Lannister died in the privy, which the singers would refuse to record and the histories would whisper for centuries. And he did not die to a crossbow or a dragon or any enemy he had spent 50 years learning to beat. He died because he had told his daughter no, and his daughter had gone to the chainless man's creature, the silent giant in white that ate nothing and slept never and answered only to her, and she had said a single word, and Sir Robert Strong had walked into the Tower of the Hand past guards too frightened of him to bar the way, and done the thing she asked without a word or a change in the empty dark behind his visor. Kevin found his brother's body and understood at once, the way a man understands the end of an age, that the careful hand was gone from the realm and the careless one had closed on the match. He went to Cersei. He found her in the throne room, on the steps below the Iron Throne, with the monster at her shoulder and the fracture in her crystal run all the way through now. gone past fear into the high cold place where fear turns into resolve. And he saw in his nieces face the thing his brother had spent his whole life refusing to see, which was that the Lannister legacy had never been safe in the hands of the daughter Tywin loved least and understood not at all. He would have lost us the city, Cersei told her uncle, calm, terrible, a queen at last in her own ruin. He would have held and waited and bargained until the dragon flew over these walls and took my son's chair and my son's head, the way they took Joffrey, the way they take everything I love. I will not wait. I will not hold. I have the one weapon in the world that a dragon cannot answer, the fire under the city, and I will make King's Landing a thing not worth conquering before I let a wolf's bastard sit where my children sat. She looked up at the iron throne above her, the 1,000 swords of it black against the high windows. Let him come, uncle. Let him fly his monsters over my walls and break my gates and pour his army into my streets. Certain he's won, the way they're always certain. And when the city is full of his men and his small folk-loving heart is swelling with his victory, I will give the word, and the green fire will take all of it, his army and his dragons and his throne and his precious 500,000, and the last thing the realm will remember is that the lions did not lose King's Landing. The lions ended it. The high cold smile. You may stand with me, uncle, or you may join my father. Those are the only 2 doors left in this city, and I have closed all the others myself. Kevin Lannister looked at his niece and at the monster behind her, and at the city sitting on its held breath, and he understood that Tyrion had been right, that the sane hand was gone, that the only mind in King's Landing that had wanted to win was lying dead in a privy, and that what remained on the steps of the Iron Throne was no longer fighting a war at all, but arranging a pyre and waiting, with a kind of awful peace, for someone to be foolish enough to climb onto it. Margaery Tyrell understood what Cersei meant to do a full day before the rest of the court, because Margaery had spent 2 years learning to read the Queen Mother the way a sailor reads a darkening sky, and the morning Tywin Lannister's death was announced she looked at Cersei's calm, and knew it for the calm of a woman who has stopped intending to survive. She went to her grandmother that hour. Olenna was already packing. She's going to burn the city, Margaery said, low, in the Tyrell apartments with the doors barred and a trusted maid watching the passage. I've seen it on her. She's lost the war and she'd rather end the board than lose it cleanly. And she has the wildfire and that thing of Qyburns, and no one left to tell her number Tommen is in this city. Grandmother. My husband. He's 8 years old and he feeds kittens, and he is going to burn with everyone else because his mother has decided the world ends with her. Then we get the boy out, and we get ourselves out, and we sell every secret we own to the dragon at the gate, Olenna said, folding a shawl with hands that did not shake despite her years, which is precisely what I have been preparing to do since the Field of Ash child, because I told the old lion to his face I would sell his whole family to keep one Tyrell girl off the fire, and I am a woman of my word, even when the word is a wicked one. She set the shawl down. I have written the Dragon Prince already. He knows the reach is his. Tonight I will write him the thing that matters more than the reach, which is that the green fire is real and primed and that the hand on it belongs to a woman with nothing left to lose. He will not believe how bad it is until someone he can trust confirms it. We will be that someone. It is the last service the Tyrells can do this realm, and gods know we have done it few enough. And Tommen, Margaery said, it was not a question. It was the one condition under all her cleverness, the thing her grandmother had taught her to keep hidden and she could no longer hide. I'll not leave him to her. I married him for a crown and I stayed for the boy, and I'll not climb out of this city over his small body, grandmother, I won't. You may call it sentiment and I'll call it the only clean thing I've got left. Olenna looked at her granddaughter a long moment, and something in the old woman's hard, bright face softened by a single degree, which from the Queen of Thorns was a flood of tears in another woman. No, she agreed quietly. We don't leave the boy. Sentiment is a luxury, child, and I have spent my whole life telling you so, and I find at the end of it that the luxuries are the only things worth having bought. We take Thomas. We take him out through the mud gate dressed as a fishmonger's son if we must, and we put him somewhere the fire can't reach, and we send the dragon everything we know, and we let history say the roses ran. Let it. A rose that does not bend in a storm is a rose that snaps, and I have not survived 80 years of these people by snapping. She picked up the shawl again, and her hands, this time, were not quite steady. Write to your dragon, Margery. Tell him the truth, all of it, and tell him to hurry, because that poor mad woman on the steps of the Iron Throne has stopped counting the days she has left. And a person who has stopped counting is a person about to spend them all at once. JON learned of Tywin's death from a raven Varys had somehow arranged. 2 words in a hand that might have been the eunuch's and might have been a ghost's. The lion falls. And he stood in the dark of his camp with the city laid out before him under the stars, the iron-hedged walls, the 7 hills, the lake of green fire, and the new and worse thing that now held the match. And he understood that the war had just changed its whole nature in a single night. The clever one's dead, he said to V. Haler, to the empty chair, to Ed's memory, to the dark. I spent 2 years afraid of Tywin Lannister, the coldest mind in the realm, and now he's gone, and I find I'd give a great deal to have him back, because Tywin would never have burned the city. Tywin wanted to win. You can beat a man who wants to win. You find the thing he wants more than the city and you take it, and he folds, because winning men always have a thing they want more. The black dragon's eyes were coals in the dark, fixed on the city, on the wrongness in its ground. Cersei doesn't want to win anymore. She's gone past it. She wants to make sure no one else does. And there's no lever you can pull on a person like that. No thing they want more. Because the only thing they want is for the board to end. And you can't bargain with someone who's already decided the table burns. He set his hand on the warm, scarred ridge of his dragon's healed wing. So the door isn't politics now. It isn't waiting out the Tyrells or buying the gold cloaks or starving the walls. The door is the tunnels and the caches, and getting into that city quiet and fast and finding the green fire before she lights it, and stopping her hand on the match, and doing it without my dragons anywhere near the streets, because the moment fire from the sky meets fire from the ground, it's the doom of Valyria all over again, and I'm the one who brought it. He breathed the cold night air. 1 whole dragon. 2 hurt, a city wired to die, a mad queen with a monster and a match, and a clever exile who hates his family and a spider who serves only the realm, offering me a way under the walls that might be the truest door I've ever found or the last and best Lannister trap of all. East, the city kept its held breath. Find the door, Ed. All right. I think it's a tunnel. And I think it leads to a woman who wants to die holding everyone's hand. And I think I have to walk into it anyway, because the only other choice is to fly away and leave 500,000 people to her. And a wolf doesn't do that. Even a wolf with wings, even now, even this close to the chair. He turned from the parapet of his own camp toward the tent where Tyrion Lannister waited with a map of the Undercity. And the longest night of the war began to close around King's Landing like a fist. Chapter 9, in Chapter 10, A Crown of Ash. The tunnels under King's Landing were black and old and stank of 300 years of a city's secrets. And Jon Snow went into them on foot, with no dragon at his back for the first time since a hill above Winterfell, to take a throne the way. The smallest and most dangerous things are always taken in the dark by hand. Meager the Cruel had dug them, Tyrion said, leading with a guttering torch and a memory of ledgers, so that a king could always escape his own castle, and had murdered the men who dug them so the secret would die with him, which was the most Targaryen thing Jon had heard in 2 years, and he was descended from the men who'd done it. The party was small by design, because a small party is the only kind a tunnel will keep secret. Tyrion to guide, the 3 sand snakes who had not been asked and could not be refused, Anders Ironwood and 10 Dornish spears, Hagen the wildling for the dark, and Jon, with Longclaw on his hip and his mother's iron circlet in a pouch over his heart where the letter had once written. Above them, 100 feet up and 1,000 years away, the city went about its terror, and the plan was simple to say and near impossible to do. While Haler and 80,000 men made a great show of storming the walls to fix every eye in the city on the sky, Jon would come up under it, find the wildfire, and put his hand on the match before Cersei Lannister could. "You understand," Tyrion murmured at a place where the tunnel forked and the air had gone bad, "that if a single cache catches while we're down here, we are the first to die and we never even know it. One spark, one torch dropped wrong. The green fire doesn't burn, your grace, it devours. It eats stone and water and air, and it would come down this tunnel faster than the sound of it. So do step carefully. I have spent my whole life being told I was an imp doing a giant's work. I would prefer not to end it being told I was an imp doing a corpse's." "Then guide well, my lord," Jon said, "and we'll both end the night being told we were something better than anyone expected." He looked back once at the dark behind them where the way out was and put it out of his mind, because Ed had taught him that a man who keeps looking at the door behind him never finds the one ahead. "Where's the largest cache? Not the nearest. The largest. The one that if she lights it takes the most of the city with it. That's where she'll be, or that's where she'll send the order, and that's the throat we put our hand on first." "Under the great sept of Baelor," Tyrion said grimly, "and under the Red Keep, and under the dragon pit where your family's monsters died, which I have always thought my grandfather by marriage chose for the poetry. 3 throats, your grace. We cannot hold all 3. We can hold the one she's standing on. And she is standing, I would wager my ruined name, exactly where every Lannister stands at the end. On the throne. Above the city, Haler put on the greatest show of his short and violent life, and never once flew low enough to die. Jon had been clear about that, brutally clear, in the last council before he went into the dark. The dragon was the diversion and nothing more. Haler would harry the walls, burn the empty ground before the gates, scream and stoop and terrify, and would not, whatever happened, whatever opening showed, come down within reach of the scorpions, or low enough that his fire might wake the green fire sleeping under the streets. Bronze JON Royce had the host and the order was to make the assault look like everything and risk nothing, to spend arrows and noise and fear and not men, to be a fist raised and never quite thrown, because the whole battle that mattered was happening underground, and the army's only task was to make the city forget that the ground existed. It worked because Cersei wanted it to work, which was the cruel arithmetic Tyrion had counted on. She saw the dragon over her walls and the army at her gates, and she read it as the thing she had been waiting for, the proud certain conqueror come to pour himself into her trap, and she did not look down, because a person arranging a pyre does not think to guard the cellar. The gold cloaks manned the walls. The scorpions tracked the wheeling dragon. The Tyrell contingents inside the city, who had been quietly told by a raven from an old woman which way the wind now blew, found a great many reasons to be slow, to mishear orders, to guard gates that did not need guarding and abandon ones that did, so that the city's defense, hour by hour, developed holes shaped exactly like a rose. And Kevin Lannister, who had buried his brother that morning and recognized the end of his house when he saw it, did the last and only useful thing left to a Lannister who still believed in the realm, which was to take the men who answered to him to the mud gate, and open it, and stand aside, and let the future in, and be cut down by his own niece's loyalists for the treason of trying to save 500,000 strangers. So the city came apart from inside while the dragon raged at the sky, exactly as Ed Tollett had dreamed it at a broken gate, the slow, expensive human way, the way that makes no song, the door that Tywin could never see and Cersei would not look for. And under all of it, in the black tunnels, a small party with a guttering torch came up toward the throne. They found the first cache under the sept, and they found the pyromancers tending it, and that was where the dying started. There were 6 of the green-robed men in the cellar, the last of the Mad King's Guild, kneeling among the clay pots of wildfire like priests at an altar, and they had a brazier lit, which in that place was an obscenity, and they were waiting, plainly, for the word that would have them tip the brazier into the pots and take the great sept of Baelor and everything around it into the green light. Jon's party came on them out of the dark, and the fight was short and frantic and conducted in whispers and the wet sounds of knives, because no one in that cellar could risk a blow that struck a spark, and Hagen the wildling died in it, a pyromancer's dagger in his throat, dying to keep a man from reaching the brazier, and one of Ironwood's Dornishmen died smothering a spilled pot with his own body, and Tyrion Lannister stood very still in the corner directing the killing in a voice gone flat with horror. Because the imp had read about wildfire his whole life, and had never been in a room where the temperature of the air decided whether a city lived. They took the brazier. They drowned it in a barrel of the cellar's own brine, and they bound the surviving pyromancers, and Tyrion knelt among the green pots and worked, fast and pale, doing the thing only a man who had read the guild's own ledgers could do, separating the substances that woke the fire from the substances that slept it, neutralizing the cache one obscene pot at a time. It took an hour. It was the longest hour of Jon's life, and he spent it standing guard over a dead wildling and a kneeling dwarf in a cellar that could have become the doom of Valyria at any heartbeat. And when it was done, 1 throat of 3 was safe, and Hagen was dead, and Jon had learned the final shape of the price of his throne, which was that it would be paid, to the very last step, by people who would never sit on it. 1 down, Tyrion breathed, rising, his hands stained green-black. The dragon pit cache will keep. There's no brazier there, no one to light it, she can't be in 2 places, which leaves the red keep, which leaves the throne, which leaves my sister. He looked up at Jon in the green-tinged dark, the ruined clever face gone old. She'll have given the word by now, your grace. The assault's been raging an hour. She'll have sent her creature and her last loyal pyromancer to fire the red keep cache and end the board. We have to reach the throne room before they reach the cellar beneath it, and between us and the throne room there is 1 door, and behind that door there is the thing Qyburn built out of the man who killed my good sister Elia, and I do not know how to kill a thing that is already dead. Behind Jon in the green dark, 3 women who had waited 17 years made a sound, all at once, low, that was not quite words. "We do," said Obara Sand. The thing that had been Gregor Clegane waited in the gallery before the throne room, 8 feet of dead meat in white enamel plate, and it did not speak, and it did not breathe. And when the sand snakes came at it, the throne room doors stood open behind it, and Jon could see, past the monster, the long red gallery and the steps, and the high black tangle of the iron throne with a gold figure standing on its steps with a torch. The fight with Robert Strong was the worst thing Jon ever saw that was not a fire. The mountain's corpse felt nothing, no pain, no fear, no slowing, and it killed 2 of Ironwood's spears with 2 blows before anyone had crossed the gallery, picking them up and breaking them the way a man breaks kindling. And it took Obara's spear through its chest and did not notice, took Nymeria's 3 daggers in its sword arm and did not slow. But the daughters of Oberyn Martell had not come to King's Landing to fight the thing fairly. They had come to avenge. A woman dashed against a wall and a man whose skull had been crushed making a speech, and they had spent 17 years learning the one art Dorn has always known better than fire, which is poison and tying sand, golden and smiling even now, danced inside the monster's reach with a blade so envenomed that the touch of it would have killed any living thing in a breath, and drew it across the backs of the dead giant's knees, again and again, while her sisters drew its blows. And whatever Qyburn had done to keep the mountain's flesh moving, it had not made that flesh proof against a poison designed to rot the dead, and the thing began, slowly, to come apart. It was Obara who finished it in the end, because Obara had carried her father's actual spear all the way from Dorn for exactly this. And when the poison had eaten the strength from its legs, and it sank to its knees in the gallery, she set the point of Oberyn's spear against the icelet of its helm, the same place her father had put his spear into the living man, the blow that had killed the mountain and gotten Oberyn killed in the same moment 17 years gone. And she leaned her whole weight and her whole grief onto it and drove it through the dead thing's skull and out the back of its helm, and the corpse of Gregor Clegane fell, finally and truly, on the floor of the Red Keep, and 3 women stood over it streaked with poison and black blood and a grief that had, at last, somewhere to set itself down. Elaria's warning came back to Jon then in the green-lit dark. Watch which gift is really a wound, and he saw it was both, that the killing had cost the sisters something even as it freed them, that vengeance always did. But it was theirs to spend, and they had spent it on a monster and not a man, and there was a kind of mercy in that the old paramour might yet forgive him for. Go, Nymeria gasped, on her knees beside the ruined thing. The throne, dragon, go, we have what we came for. Go and get what you came for, before she lights it. Cersei Lannister stood on the steps of the Iron Throne with a torch in her hand, and below her, on the floor of the throne room, her brother stood with a sword, and Jon came through the doors into the middle of the oldest argument in their family. Don't, Jaime was saying. He had his blade drawn and lowered, and his gold hand hung at his side, and his face was the face of a man standing 30 years deep in the same nightmare. Cersei, look at me. I killed a king on these steps for giving that order. I've worn the name Kingslayer 30 years for it. Let the whole realm spit on me for it, because the alternative was 500,000 people screaming in green fire, and I would do it again. And I am asking you, I am begging you, do not make me choose between you and the city one more time, because I have already made that choice once and I know which way it goes. You always were weak, brother. Cersei did not look at him. She looked at Jon, coming up the long red gallery, and her cracked, bright eyes found him and held him, and there was almost a welcome in them, the welcome of a woman who has waited a long time for the right audience. Here he is, the wolf's bastard, the dragon, come to take my children's chair, the way they came for Joffrey, the way the world has come for everything I have ever loved. She lifted the torch a little higher, and Jon went still, because beneath that torch he now saw the floor of the throne room had been pried up, and the clay tops of wildfire pots showed in the dark beneath. The last cache, the Red Keep's own, brought up under the throne itself. One step closer, dragon, and I drop it, and we all go into the green together. You and I and my brother and 500,000 of the people you love so tenderly. And the last thing the realm remembers is that Cersei Lannister did not lose King's Landing. There is no door this time. I made sure of it. I have stood on this match for an hour waiting for you to be foolish enough to come and stand on it with me. Jon stopped. The throne room held its breath, the way the whole city had held its breath for a season, and he looked at the woman on the steps with the torch and the fire under her feet, and he understood that Tyrion had been right, that there was no lever here, nothing she wanted more than the city, because the only thing she wanted was for the wanting to stop. You're right, Jon said. There's no door I can walk through. You've closed them all. You learned that from your father, closing doors, and it's the last thing he taught you and the worst. He did not reach for his sword. He spread his empty hands slow, and he came no closer. So I won't bargain, my lady, because you've nothing left to bargain for, and I won't threaten because you've already chosen the fire, and I won't tell you the things kings tell mad queens in songs. I'll just tell you the one true thing, the thing your brother's trying to tell you and you won't hear, because it's the thing my own grandfather couldn't hear either on these same steps 30 years ago. He looked at her and let her see the whole of what he was, the wolf and the dragon and the cost of both. It won't make you matter, the fire. You think if you burn the city you'll be remembered as the queen who ended the board instead of the queen who lost it. You won't. You'll be remembered the way Ares is remembered, as a sad, mad thing the realm was glad to be rid of, and your children, the ones you're doing all this for, will be remembered as the get of a woman who burned them alive rather than let them be ordinary. That's the legacy of the match, Circe. Not defiance. Just the long pity of everyone who comes after. I know, because I've spent 2 years and 1,000 miles making very sure I never became the thing about to put that torch down. You can still put it down. It's the only door left, and it's behind you, and it's the one your father never showed you because he didn't believe in doors. I do. Put it down. Live and be a mother to the son your grandmother's already carried out of this city, and let the singers be wrong about you for once. For a moment, one moment, something moved in Cersei Lannister's ruined face, the fracture and the woman behind it, the mother under the queen, and the torch wavered. And then she smiled, the high cold smile, and Jon saw the answer in it before she gave it, and so did Jaime, who had known that smile his whole life. And as Cersei drew her arm back to throw the torch down into the green, Jaime Lannister did the thing he had done 30 years before on these same steps, the thing that had cost him his honor and his name, and would now cost him the only person he had ever loved. He crossed the distance between them in 3 strides and put his sword through his sister's back, and caught the torch out of her falling hand, and held it up, away from the green, his face a wreck, the Kingslayer twice over now, the Queenslayer, the man who had saved the same city from the same fire 2 reigns apart and would be hated for one and never even known for the other. There, Jaime said to no one, to his sister dying in his arms on the steps of the Iron Throne, the torch still burning in his gold hand, held high and safe. There. It's done. I've got you. I've got the city. Gods forgive me, I've got both, and I couldn't have either without losing you. I've got you. And he held her while she died, and held the torch away from the fire, and wept, the one decent monster in a family of careful ones. And Jon Snow stood at the foot of the Iron Throne and did not move and did not speak, and let the man have his grief, because the man had just saved everything Jon had come south to save, and the least a king owes the people who do the unbearable thing is to witness it without looking away. They put out the green fire under the throne room 1 pot at a time, Tyrion and Jon, and the last bound pyromancer working through the night while above them the city changed hands. By dawn the gates were open, and the gold cloaks had thrown down their spears, and the lords of the crownlands were kneeling in the red keep to the dragon they could no longer pretend would lose. The Tyrells had gotten the boy king out. Tommen Baratheon would grow up a fishmonger's foster son in some quiet town, alive, ordinary, exactly the thing his mother had been willing to burn a city to prevent. And Jon let him stay vanished, because a deposed boy who feeds kittens is no threat to anyone, and a king who hunts children is the thing Jon had crossed a continent not to become. 1/4 of the city had burned. Not from wildfire, from the ordinary fire of an ordinary sack, the looting and the panic and the lamps knocked over in the dark, the small human catastrophe that comes when a great city's order breaks. Hundreds were dead who had been alive at dusk. It was not the doom of Valyria. It was not the clean, bloodless conquest of a song. It was a real city, half saved and half ruined, full of the living and the grieving both, and Jon walked it at sunrise the way he had walked the field of ash, making himself count it, because a man who orders a war must walk its end. And then because it had to be done, because 80,000 men and 3 dragons and 2 years of dead had bought it and it could not be left an empty chair, he climbed the steps of the Iron Throne. It was an ugly thing up close, the throne, a tangle of 1,000 surrendered swords welded into barbs and edges, a seat designed by a conqueror to be uncomfortable, to cut a king who sat too easy, and Jon stood before it a long while with his mother's iron circlet in his hand. He was 19 years old. He had set out from the wall a bastard and a brother of the Night's Watch, and he had become, in 2 winters, the thing the Red Woman had seen in the fire, and the thing Aemon had wept to send home, and the thing Bran had warned him there was no path away from, a Targaryen with 3 dragons and a realm at his feet before his 20th year, exactly as the old prophecies and the old fears had promised. He put on Lyanna's circlet, the black iron, the 3 small stones of dragonglass, his mother's, worn at Harrenhal the year the war began, and he sat down on the swords. They did not cut him. He had half expected they would. The way the song said they cut the unworthy, and they did not. And he understood that the songs had it backward, that the throne does not cut the unworthy. It cuts everyone slowly over years, and the only question is whether a man notices the cutting and lets it teach him, or lets it make him his grandfather. He sat on the Iron Throne of the 7 kingdoms in the gray light of a sacked city's dawn, and he did not feel like a conqueror, and he did not feel triumphant, and the throne room was very quiet around him, and the cost of the chair sat in him entire, all of it, kept close to the skin, and none of it ever set down. Garrett on a hill, and Catelyn in the roots, and Ed at a broken gate, and Hagen in a cellar, and 8,000 Vale knights in the trenches of Tumbleton, and Kevin Lannister cut down opening a gate, and Cersei dying in her brother's arms, and a quarter of a city in ash, and Saela grounded 100 miles away who might never fly again, and all the nameless thousands who had died so that a bastard from the cold could sit on a chair of swords before he was 20. Nori of the Mountains came south for the crowning, because the old man had said he would buy Jon's spears with a promise and meant to collect on it, and he found the new king on the morning after, alone in the throne room, and he did not bow because the clans did not bow, and he asked the only question he had ever cared about. "You took it," the old man said. "The chair. The whole bloody realm before your 20, 3 dragons and a crown of swords, the thing your grandfather had and went mad holding. So I'll ask you what I asked you in your brother's hall, dragon, and this time you'll answer it sitting on the very thing, with the blood barely dry. When the easy thing and the right thing pulled different ways, which won? Because I heard you found a tunnel instead of burning a city. I heard a Lannister put down his own sister so you wouldn't have to be the one. I heard a great many things on the road south, and half of them are lies the way all war tales are half lies, so I've come to look at your face and hear it from your mouth. Did you stay a man, Egon? Or did the fire get you somewhere along the road and we just haven't found the body yet?" Jon was quiet a long moment on the throne in the gray light. "I don't know," he said. It was the same answer he'd given in Winterfell, and it was truer now and heavier. "I burned 40 men at Moat Cailin and a whole host at Tumbleton, and I'll burn more before the realm's at peace, and every one of them is filed away in here. And I haven't set a single one down, and I don't intend to, because the day they stop weighing is the day you should put a sword in me. I found the tunnel instead of burning the city this time. There'll be other cities. I don't know that I'll find the tunnel every time. I know that I'll look. I know that I kept men around me to make me look, and one of them died at a gate teaching me how, and I know his name and I'll know it when I'm old." He looked at the old clansman, and there was no crown in his voice, only the cold, honest thing the North had raised in him. "That's the only answer there is, Nari. Not that I stayed a man. That I'm still trying to, and I know the road to the other thing is right there, the way my grandfather found it, and I'm asking the same thing I asked in Winterfell, which is that you walk close enough to grab my arm. The chair didn't change the bargain. It just raised the stakes on it. Will it still buy your spears, old man, now that you've seen what I'll spend to keep them? Nori looked at him a long while, dry and brown and unsurprised by anything in 80 years, the same look he'd given a bastard in a northern hall a lifetime ago. "Aye," he said at last, "it'll buy them. God's help the realm, it'll buy them, because a king who sits that chair and tells an old man he doesn't know if he's still a man is the only kind of king I trust to keep asking." He turned to go, then stopped, in the great empty hall, under the high windows, and looked back at the young man on the throne of swords with his dead mother's circlet on his brow and 2 dragons on the wing over a sacked city, and one more grounded and grieving, and a whole broken realm to mend. "The North'll come when you call, dragon. We always have. Just see you remember when the fire's easy and the door's hard, that the wolf came south with you and not the other way round. The wolf's the part that knows when to stop. Don't you ever let the dragon eat it. That's the whole of the job. Your friend at the gate had it right." And the old man went out into the gray morning, and left the king of the 7 kingdoms alone on the iron throne with the cost of it, and the dragon's shadows sliding across the high windows, 19 years old, crowned in his mother's iron, a wolf and a dragon, and not all the way either, exactly as he had been on a hill above Winterfell, only now the whole world hung on which one he'd be. Outside, over the broken and the saved and the grieving city, Haler and Greyflame turned in the dawn light, and far to the north a girl held a wolf's home warm, and far to the south 3 women had set their grief down at last, and the longest winter in living memory bent, somewhere past the edge of sight, toward its end. Jon Snow, who had been a bastard and was a king, sat on the chair that had killed every man who loved it too long and did not love it and meant to keep not loving it, and that in the end was the only crown worth anything he had ever been given, and the only one he meant to keep. Chapter 10, End.